Would you follow me to wonders? Take my hand and walk beside me in a world of thunder. Fear is an imposter. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in. So the days became weeks, it felt just like the night before. You were slowly fading in my mind. When you left, I was so completely gone, but now I'm sure you were some of the best of things to find. Would you follow me to wonders? If you're everything that matters to me, makes me wonder why I can't get over you. When you look at me this way, I find it hard to not give in.
Welcome to week 3 of BPL. I am Spooky. We're here with Knock, Jimmy, and Juicebox for another Campgrounds.
Hello.
Yeah, we got another crazy week ahead of us. All teams have played 3 games already, and we're gonna go on to the 4th games. But we're gonna look back a little bit by looking at everyone's standings. We're not gonna review any
Before we
games.
do that, can I just mention something real quick? Because we're this is kind of a special episode because basically right after we end, my two co-hosts here, Spooky and Juicebox, will head to the server because you two are playing each other.
Yeah.
Right after this pre-show.
We will talk about this the whole time.
I'm just saying, I'm expecting to hear some trash talk today before we end.
Oh,
Me?
say.
Oh, Spooky.
Yes.
Spooky's the king. Spooky's the king
First,
of trash talk.
Flame each other.
We're gonna look at the schedule, if we can.
Yeah.
Friday schedule.
Uh-huh.
Do we have Friday schedule?
Nox also.
Ah, there it is. Friday schedule. As stated just before this, it was Terrapin versus Kern. We're just calling
Kern Master. Yeah.
Yep. And then Spud Clusters versus Mallows, and then Mothmania versus Blind Music Society. Then Corrupted Guise versus Smoke Wolves. Reprieve versus Bluff Creek Big Mode. Requiem versus Daybreak. Polaris versus Zephyr.
Big day if you're a fan of the tech org. All 3 teams are playing tonight.
Hopefully they all win. No, not Spooky. Sadly. Not Spooky.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about C-League first. We're going to see the C-League standings.
Are we?
All right. Are you? It's yours.
Yeah, there it is. We got Boa, who is now at the top of the standings by themselves after being the Kern Master team at the bottom. I'm just calling it, it's just a funny name. Kern team at the bottom. Who are also tied with the Bear, both 0-3, trying to fight each other who's going to be the worst of the season. Hopefully, Kern can get a win. Maybe not against me. But I want to talk about these 2-1 teams really quick. These teams all faced each other last week. So you had Umfi University versus Goatman and Noctis versus Log Racers, and they faced each other, and now they're all 2-1. Basically just the same record.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because we last week our game of the week for C League was Umfi versus Goatman, which we like really hyped up, and then sadly only afterwards we heard from Taken Wallet that Goatman were down, I think like 3 players. So sadly it wasn't as close as we were hoping, and Umfi took the win. So kind of like robbed of a potential early season classic, but I'm hoping that we still get a rematch in playoffs with full rosters, because I feel like these two teams at full strength playing each other might be the peak of C League, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think those 2 teams will be on the top half of the leaderboard. But we're just going to keep moving. We're going to go to B League, but first it's the Balsa League.
The Balsa. I'm not going to make a dirty joke about the name.
Also, I'm surprised that Daybreak is 0-3, because I feel like on all the preseason tier lists, they were like number 1, number 2.
Well, they had to face Null/Koi twice, and then they had to face me. So.
Yeah, that's true. They had to face Null twice. You're correct.
And then they had to face me, so I'm lucky, I guess. But surely B League standings will show up soon. Yeah, there we go.
Chop,
both of them. We're gonna see this in common, but look at these: the 1-3-0 team, 1-0-3 team, and then 3 1-2s and 3 2-1s. We're gonna see this for A League as well. So all 4 groups look exactly the same.
It's still perfectly balanced, and both WhatsApp Dog and Nurture are still looking for their first win. They're also looking for new players behind the scenes, both teams, which is probably one of the contributing reasons to why they haven't even won a single map yet, which sucks. The good news is there's still a lot of games to go, and they still have plenty of chances to make it to the playoffs. So all hope is not lost, and rest assured we're doing our best as league admins to help them find new players. It's just one of those. It happens in BPL seasons. It's unfortunate, but we're trying.
Nurture has like the best logo ever. I need them to like make playoffs.
Daybreak haven't lost the map.
Who has the worst logo?
Who has the worst logo
this
season, or like this season, or like in general?
In this B League.
Right now, what do you see right now?
In this
B League, call a team out.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's where we move on to the A League standings.
Thank you for cutting me out.
Save him.
You're welcome. Again, you see the 1-3-0 team at top, and then the 1-3-0-3 team at the bottom, and the rest are 2-1s and 1-2s.
And a few of the winless teams managed to get a win now, because we have both Camp Halfcourt. They had like a rough first week, but they found their ways. They had a really, really good match against what was it? I forgot. I wrote it down. No, I can't find it anymore.
The Smoke Wolves?
Oh no, it wasn't. Was it Smoke Wolves?
They won against Smoke Wolf.
Whatever.
Oh, you mean like the one they lost?
No, they won a match, and they look pretty good at it, which from what I've seen. Also, I mean, can we recap a game real quick? Or
it was Smoke Wolves. Juicebox was right.
It was Smoke Wolves. Okay, never mind. But can we use this to recap a game real quick? Because there's one game I do want to talk about, like in the Aspen group.
We just keep talking it.
Yeah, we can just keep this up. But I do want to mention, because we had like a game that we had in the Aspen group was Primal Pineapples, who are currently 3-0 versus Maron Mallows. Is that how you pronounce them? I don't know.
Maron Mallows.
Which, as you can see by the record, Primal Pineapples won. I kind of want to talk less about them, even though they won, and more about Maron Mallows, because they're sitting at the bottom there of Aspen, which might make some people believe they might not be that good of a team. But I do want to say, like, from what I've seen from them in this match, they look really, really good. They're just missing those like that last 10% to close out the match, especially on Rialto. It seems like they just got a little bit unlucky with some of the team fights. I really, really like their backline with Wi-Fi, who previously played DPS a couple seasons ago, now on support, playing flex support this season, just looking just crazy, like just an absolute fragger. I really, really loved seeing them play Ana last week, even though we have them on Laurier on the as their apparently favorite hero. But like that was so fun to watch. And then also Yup has just been like the perfect main support to like peel for Wi-Fi. So like their backline is just looking really, really good. I don't really feel like a team has like a single point you can single like weakness you can point out. I feel like overall they've been looking really good. They just need to get a little bit more lucky in their games. I feel like that's going to be a team that's going to be like a late season bloomer.
Mm-hmm.
So I just want to put them on the radar. I feel like they have a potential to make a late season run and maybe surprise everyone in the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm happy you didn't talk about Primal Pineapples because we're going to talk about them just in a bit with the games of the week. But first, we're going to do games of the week starting all the way back at the Cedar League, a.k.a. C-League. I personally have picked Boa versus Log Riders, which is today's game at 10... No, Saturday's game. Sorry, wrong graphic. Saturday's game at 10 o'clock. I picked Boa versus Log Riders, but also the C-League games this week is Terrapins, Kern, Noctis, Oomphy, Boa, Log Racers, Goatman, the Bear. But I picked Boa versus Log Racers. Boa being 3-0, Log Racers versus 2-1, and this has upset potential in the standings wise. Boa looks really strong with Alu as Genji and Andrew as Sojourn playing their one trick.
Freya, he's playing Freya this season a lot. I can tell you. I can tell you.
Yeah, but they're one trick, one trick.
No, trust me. Don't underestimate Andrew. Please. I have TSD from his Freya.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I love how every single Boa player is just like a one trick when it comes to rolls, and then Log Races you just have the two flex guards with Dark Buddies and Bowsy the Sombra God. I have to
I think this match is gonna be close if Boa doesn't know how to deal with Gilgamesh, because he's gonna play Gaul.
Look at the C League map pool this week. It's not good.
We heard some interesting comments this week about the maps. Maybe not from C League, but some of the other leagues.
A League. It's the A League. One of the A League groups are actually god awful.
I don't mind this map pool. This map pool is actually kind of fine. Like it's mid maps, and I think I like New Queen Street, and I'm the only one that likes it.
Well, I think we're gonna see the Preds this time. We're gonna see all 4 Preds, and then we're gonna comment on it. And
oh my god, it's so green.
Yeah, that's when like you take the screenshot of
everybody being wrong.
We've already been screenshotted this season, so
I screenshotted us, so it's okay. I did the screenshot.
You're so evil towards us.
I mean,
the Preds also believe.
Yeah, I feel like going with Boa is the safe bet. I still think, like you said earlier, this has upset potential. Because I think Log Races, they have really been impressive in the Super Week. Might have just been a flash in the pan, though, if you ask me. I think Boa, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Unless they run into some availability issues with their players, I don't think they will drop a single game this regular season.
Bold.
They've
That's
just been
a bold
looking
prediction.
so dominant.
Okay,
and that DPS line with Andrew, even though Andrew had 15 deaths on Ubani last week, he's making space for the team, and also Alucard, the Genji prodigy, the
I had
Wave
so
Sun.
much. I had so much fun playing against Andrew because my playstyle on Sojourn and his playstyle on Freya is just to feed. I also had I don't remember. I think I had 10 or 12 deaths.
They still have some tough games coming up, but I don't know. I don't see them dropping a game unless they
looking at it, I'm their most likely chance of dropping a game is against Goatman. That's whenever down the line. I think that's their most likely chance, and we're probably going to talk about that game in 3 weeks. And
unless one of the two just completely flames out.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna talk about other match, but you're right. Unless something like a meteorite strikes Andrew and everyone else, I think Bo will continue to wreak havoc in C League.
Now,
so
if
Sojourn gets nerfed,
if a meteorite hits C League, then that means we had to talk about B League. So we're gonna talk about B League. We're going to talk about Balsa. If we have the matches, do we have all B League matches? Is it Balsa Group's
Yeah.
doing a great job.
Let's just
I'll
keep
say
Balsa.
group.
No, yeah. Mothmania versus
Ball.
Blind Music Society at 8 today. Rip Rye versus Bluff Creek Big Mode at 9. And then at Sunday, you got What's Up Doc versus Red Bandas. And then Camp Jump Shot. Yep, that's the name. Versus Birdwatch.
One of the free camp teams, yeah.
Yes, of course. And we've picked Mothmania versus Blind Music Society. Are you sensing a pattern of 3-0 versus 2-1 teams?
Yeah,
No.
we can.
Why'd you say
Nah.
that, Vicky?
But you're right. I mean, it's best that we focus on these teams because both teams have really impressed me. I'm just afraid of how Blind Music Society will move on without. I don't know if Kitsuki has played at all, but they have
Kitsugi
dropped
has already
out.
dropped.
But yeah, and I know he dropped, but that's what I'm saying. Since he dropped, I'm not sure how it will work, but I thought he played at least like one match. Anyways,
I mean, yeah, that was during the Super Weekend. Yeah, they have Nagisa now, who like everyone everywhere I listen in, like I listen to the BPL chat, like the other podcast that's happening right now, and like everyone's saying like Nagisa is such an upgrade. Like I get it, but you have to realize like we can't like decide on these replacements based off vibes. Like we go by ranks, and they were actually like I think almost the same rank. So
yeah.
if you go by the numbers, it should be an equal replacement. But I see a lot of people saying that Nagisa is just going to fit better into this team, which is fair enough. And I guess this will be one of the tests. Although, sadly, I mean we see the rosters here. Mothmania, we should point out, Tectonic has just been on fire on this team. Will not be here tonight. So
Nope.
That really,
unfortunately,
that really sucks.
a weekend Mothmania.
But I still think I made my prediction because I made a prediction. I knew I've got the insight from Mad Rammer. If we want to go by Preds, I haven't changed mine. Yeah,
I have
Ooh.
based on Tectonic missing.
Ooh.
I would have gone with Mothmania too, but I don't know. Tectonic, like I asked Headrammer, I was like, would you agree that like your DPS line has just been carrying you? And they were like, I wouldn't say that, but I still kind of I don't know. Both Tectonic and Toasty. Can we talk about Toasty? Toasty kind of like hasn't really been more like a C League player in the recent 2 seasons, and this B League on Tracer really on fire in my opinion.
Yeah.
I
agree.
But I feel like without Tectonic, that team is just missing a lot. So I don't know. I have Blind Music winning this one.
Yeah, Toasty goes under the radar. I think a lot of people don't realize how much value, especially giving the space to Tectonic. Right, it gives a lot of space. But I went with Mothmania. They look like the much stronger team, especially when you look at their matches against how they both played against Reprieve and 1-1 and 1 lost against them. So obviously the math is mathin' for Mothmania to win, and there won't be a Circle of Suck. Of course not. But yeah, I chose Mothmania.
Also, I think Laura will be the replacement today.
Yes.
I think that like the community prided them. Maybe Mothmania. Maybe Mothmania wouldn't have been prided so high if they knew Tectonic wouldn't be there. But I think that since they have so many players that are open to play DPS on that team, I think that they won't feel that much of a loss. I know Tectonic is a big loss, but they still work as a team. They still function, and so that's my reason to predict them.
I will say that I also got another stat from Moon for these, and I think so. I got the overall pick of who's going to win, and then I got the highest score report, and so it's 42.1% vote that Mothmania is going to win 2-1. So the community believes pretty much this is going to be a close match, even if Mothmania are going to win.
I mean, that's why we picked it, right? It's gonna be close. Yeah, and Jimmy went for Blind Music, right? Like not everyone's gonna pick Mothmania and
with the context of in my opinion, best
Got it.
player missing. So I feel like these community preds have to put an asterisk on them because I feel like most people probably voted expecting their full roster to play tonight. We'll see.
Yeah.
Onwards to Birch.
Yep. Let's keep moving. Birch.
The better B League group.
Ooh.
That's the stamp right there. I said it
Ooh.
last
You
week,
got
and
Requiem.
my opinion hasn't changed.
You got Requiem versus Daybreak on Friday, and then you got 3 Saturday games of School of Rush versus Aurora, Borealis versus Nurture, and the Ignite Memories versus AR High Noon.
What a name.
We also picked Daybreak versus Requiem for match of the week for Birch.
Yep.
Got a fun map pool. They're going to Suravasa, Rialto, and Busan.
Why did you get the whole map pools? Yo, what the hell?
This might be the best map pool. I don't know. I like it.
Maybe not Rialto. I don't
Why
like
can we?
my
Why
home map.
can we not have? Can we have this? Just
Yeah,
I want this instead.
Yeah, I want. No.
Yeah. I think we picked this instead.
No.
Why not?
I know you're really good on Rialto.
Both these teams beat Nurture, and no other similarities, but keep going. Requiem is 2-1 versus Daybreak is 3-0 without losing a map.
Yeah, that's really good. Not losing a single map going into week 3. That's great.
I think it's really built off of their DPS. Laura and Carver have been very good.
Yeah.
And it's fighting.
But also
against
Sim
Lucky and
apparently.
Twisted.
Sim on tank. Like I've heard people, and I think Para also as well. Like who's like the manager of that team. Like Sim apparently has just been on a breakout performance this entire season.
Shout out Skibbity
Do they not sub Zim out?
Yeah,
Probably.
I think that's what makes this team so good. Is like their bench is still like top of B League in my opinion. Whereas like other teams, they might run into some issues where like some of their subs might weaken the team in considerable ways. Looking at some A League teams, but I mean we talked about that last week. But I think the strength of Daybreak is that no matter who you put in, they're still like a favorite in most games.
Yeah,
a lot of
definitely think so. They I'm going to show this already because it's the lowest prediction we have. This is the lowest majority of any of the matches we're looking at. 63%.
That's interesting.
Can I say something? I agree with this because Daybreak is 3-0, but looking at the teams they beat, none of the teams are like good. Like Borealis is the lowest 1-2 teams. Nurture is 0-3. And Nine Memories is 1-2 as well with -1 map differential. While Requiem they beat Aurora, and Aurora is 2-1. And they beat AR High Noon, and Nurture, which are 1-2. But I think Requiem is showing that they can overtake Daybreak here, and it's Daybreak's test. This match, like if they want to like claim the spot at the top, they need to win this one.
If Requiem win,
no, I'm not I'm not praying. Okay, listen. I say that I understand it. I'm not saying that. I'm gonna pray against them. Listen,
if Requiem win, we might have to lock down BPL General for a day. Because I know all the people are gonna come out of the woodworks. They're gonna look at the WOD. They're gonna analyze everything.
Listen, I say my piece. I say that Requiem has done well in their matches, and I'm saying that Daybreak will step up to the test. That's my prediction.
Pending the investigation, but
that is true. Pending.
If you take that context away, I think they've been looking very fine. I think I agree with Juicebox, by the way. I think they had a tougher opponent schedule so far, whereas Daybreak, I feel like against 2 of their opponents you can put an asterisk behind that 2-0, but still I feel like even with that in mind they still have looked very, very dominant. So that's why I'm also going with Daybreak. I just think that I'm hoping it's close, but I feel like they might still keep their 0 at the end when it comes to map record tonight.
Interesting. Well, is this next team gonna keep their 0 away in the next group. Ash, I think Ash is the next group.
Yes,
Ash.
we're looking like Ash.
Yes, Ash.
A-League.
You got
Corrupted
A-League.
Guise
Once
versus
more
Smoke
versus
Wolves.
Chungus Fungus. Corrupted Guise versus Smoke Wolves. Seal the Deal versus Camp Half Court. And Grin Reaper versus Campfire Song. Yeah, we're going with the other 3-0 team versus 2-1 team. Corrupted Guise is 3-0, and Smoke Wolves is 2-1. And will Corrupted Guise lose a map against Smoke Wolves that are very, 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 like, not favored, but like hyped up as a good team?
Yeah.
I would consider this match of the whole week out of everything because I'm looking at how good Corrupted Guise is, and then versus some shooters on Smoke Wolves.
Yeah. I do believe it's probably going to be like one of the highlights of the regular season, this one. I think Corrupted Guise has been more like like a team that gels together around Krabby, whereas Smoke Wolf has been like the star power of the team and like relying a lot on their DPS line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree. I think when you look at Smoke Wolves, I feel like their biggest weakness, although I don't want to say they're like weak players or anything, but I feel like that tank line has just been... I feel like Camp Half Court last week, they did a really good job exposing the tank line against them. I feel like if Corrupted Guise looked at that game and maybe took some notes from that and will like apply that same knowledge to this game against Smoke Wolves, I feel like they have a chance to win. I guess I'll reveal my pred right now. I still go with Smoke Wolves still because I still feel like they should hopefully bounce back from that misstep last week. Although I guess we can say if Corrupted Guise win this, pretty high chances of locking the first seed already, right? Because there's only like 3 more games. They can extend their lead today.
They'll be very, very, very like favored to get that top seed if they win today.
Yeah.
I don't
They've
think
already played some really strong teams.
But this is like you're really happy if you win today, and you're really looking good.
Shut up, Ding Dong. 85.7%.
Wait. Sorry, so 85.7 is the overall winning, and then you got 71% is the 2-1.
Damn.
So, yeah.
How many
Most people think
it
it will be close, though. So that's sad.
No, I don't.
I would have guessed it would have been really like lower, like around the 70s, not 85.7 for Corrupted Guise.
Yeah, that's the highest percentage of the votes we're getting. Yeah, this should be a match to end all matches.
I'll definitely be tuning into that one. Yeah, that's today.
Ooh, fun. All right.
Next league, aka
you forgot our
I
Preds.
need to see the Preds.
Oh,
I want to see what you guys will.
I didn't show your Preds. Sorry.
Let's see if I'm
Ooh, split down the middle.
all right.
Nice half graphic. You got the left with Corrupted Guise on the left, and you got Smoke Wolves on the right with the people who bred it on the right. So good job, guys.
So what's your argument for Smoke Wolves Juice Bus? I'm curious.
I pretty much the same as you. I think that I think in a match this close, having better DPS, which I think they're SLP and that Master, I think they're better in terms of rotation, especially SLP. Pains me to say, but especially SLP is probably going to be better. I think in close matches, it's star power that decides the outcome.
Yeah, I think in my head it's like, all right, they get picked off real easy. Corrupted Guise sweep, no bias, 2-0. All Teku teams win this week.
Chat, you've never seen when I log in for real, so maybe
I have never, and I'm gonna be watching it. I'm gonna be watching. And I complimented you that it pains me to say, but you're good. That's what I said.
We're moving on to Aspen Group. Spud Custom.
He wants to talk to his team.
Mallows. You got Polaris versus Zephyr. Now I'm just reading what's on my screen, man. Whoop Troop versus Primal Pineapples, and Frogs Empire versus Camp Have Burger. We picked another 3-0 versus 2-1. Who did the schedule? It's all 3-0 teams versus 2-1. We picked Whoop Troop versus Primal Pineapples.
Yeah. Whoop troop. Represent.
Now this one is the fun map pool. Everyone's really excited to see this.
This is the shit.
Everyone's hating on
everyone
the
blame
jump,
Knock for
but
that one.
I literally got the schedule. I took 4 hours, I think, in total to get the schedule done, and then I handed it to Solomon and said, "Figure out maps. I'm going to bed."
We should have waited 2 weeks because I think in 2 weeks they're gonna rework New Junk, right? This,
yeah.
when the new season drops.
But here's the thing: they're New Junk City, Junkertown. They don't play the same at all. They're just going to be wildly different games, maps still. I think people just don't like New Junk City compared to Servasa, right? And
that's true.
Yeah, I hate
Although our best bet
I
is
hate
to reach
BPL
the
for
ball.
having different map pools. Grr.
Where's my Kings Row every week?
Let's see the players. Let's see the players.
I need Lijiang, Kings Row. What's like a good
that's the two
Hesper
maps.
map?
Every week, just play those 2 maps.
Yeah, the only 2 maps. Yeah, and then
We got
and then
Laser.
Esperanza for
We got
Daybreak.
Laser and Altair on DPS, presumably, for Primal Pineapples. I think those are the 2 plays you can look at. But looking at Whoop Trip, you got like Memory, Toxic Trousers, like big names. You got Tyler on tank, Cam support.
Yeah.
Again, I can't keep hyping up the support line. This support line for Whoop Trip is so good.
Yeah,
It
It's
really
so
is,
great.
especially with Cam on Lifeweaver. That's so fun to watch.
yeah.
But yeah, I guess the direct comparison point for this matchup is that both teams played against Spud clusters.
and Zephyr.
And Zephyr,
And
I
Zephyr.
guess that's true. But I feel like Spud clusters out of those 2 probably the better team. Group lost to them, and Pineapples won. Although I will say Spud clusters, I feel like in that first week, maybe a little bit rougher looking, but yeah, I don't know. Even though they lost to Spud clusters, I still go with Root Group here. I don't know. Pineapples, they're still down a player, which one of their core pieces, what a lot of people said. Just some unfortunate thing. They're still looking for one. I'm gonna reach out to Alphabet again, I think this weekend, and ask them to please tell me who they want. But
Pineapple 78.
Oh, a lot of people say Pineapple. So I don't know. They won their last match against Maron Mallows. I still saw some weaknesses though from them. So I don't know. I feel like Whoop Troop have been pretty good.
Oh, I'm alone. I'm alone.
See, we all moved over. So the first game we all picked the 3-0 team, and then Jimmy didn't pick the 3-0 team, and then G-Fox didn't pick the 3-0 team. Now I didn't pick the 3-0.
No, I picked the 3-0 team on Daybreak.
Well, you picked Smoke. Yeah, you picked Smoke Wolves though. After that.
No, but also whatever. You're right. You're right.
I feel like I have to defend my position here before we move on.
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Look at that roster. That's such a good roster.
it's
I
good.
know
It's
the names
really
of
good.
Whoop Troop.
But look at the other one.
No, I know, but like prime. No, it's whatever.
Look, there's a reason why they're both on top of the standings. These 2 teams are both really good. It's not like we're hating on Primal Pineapples. They're still like really good.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No.
Like these teams are still like top half and gonna go far.
Oh, apparently Laser is missing, so I feel even more confident in my prediction.
Even more.
I'm feeling
That's
less
true.
confident
Laser's
now.
on.
Oh no.
Laser's gone for like 2 weeks, I believe. So yeah, I think these next 2 weeks. Maybe GG go next, but
No. I
I'm-
wouldn't say that it's easy because
Don't
Altair
count
and
out.
DNUCME are really good still.
All right. Well, we're over our time, so I'm just gonna throw it here. Yeah, we got a fun set of matches for you. We're gonna be back here. We're gonna take a short break because Spooky didn't want to go immediately into his match from the pre-show.
You got me
so-
versus Juicebox up next. Pre-show fight.
all right, trash talk.
Oh,
10
trash talk.
seconds each. Come on.
You suck, Marissa.
You? Me? I suck?
I want to
Yeah.
see
Okay,
a
I'm gonna-
Rhine mirror from you two.
I'm not gonna be playing tank. I'm
Gentlemen's
just gonna
agreement
let
right
you know.
now. Shake hands. Come on.
You're gonna shake hands with. You're gonna shake hands with Koenig. I'm not playing.
Koenig's
tank
just
this
gonna
match.
play Arissa and hey, wait! I see a lot of Apollo guys. Hold on.
Oh, the Apollo
your team has
Bowl,
more
not the
Apollo,
Apollo
so-
Bowl.
Wait, I do have more Apollo guys.
Apollo
Um,
Bowl. No, I do. Okay, I love your team. I love your team. Shout out Kisho Kitty. I love his profile picture.
I
I've said it to him so many times. Yeah, because it's
saying
cool.
that.
It's cool.
Wonder Woman.
It's cool.
Oh man.
Yo, Tim Week might pull out the tank today. You don't know.
Oh my god. Okay. I do not want to see Tim Week on Hazard ever again. I'm sorry, Spooky. Please do not do that.
Alright.
No, it's gonna be a fun game. I'm ready to close this out. I want to say thank you for everyone for this amazing 2 weeks beforehand, amazing third week to come. Thank you to Knock, Jimmy, Juice. We put a lot of effort behind the scenes. I don't know about Juice Box. Everyone else put an effort behind the scenes.
Me, okay, sure, man. Sure.
I want to say thank you. Anything else with everyone else? Everyone, any final words?
Go Spooky.
Yeah, okay, we're out of here.
Go Cernunnos.
But sign up for JF1
Team Steph
season
for Cernunnos.
6.
I have to wrap them.
JF1 season 6. Rumors starting soon.
Alright.
I know I should leave, 'cause you're driving me mad. You burn like a fire. I'm so goddamn naive. I keep coming back, 'cause you're taking me higher. we got nowhere to be. Just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few. 'Cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds. Your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be. Got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. 어디서부터 참을 수 있을까? 벌어진 틈새를 채울 순 있을까? I don't know what to do. We've already spent too much time. 우린 이미 너무 먼 길을 너에게로부터 가장 먼저 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 Far away Far away 한참을 헤매고 찾아왔던 네가 그렇게 반가울 수 있었을까? I don't know what to do. I can't wait for you anymore. 말을 건네줄게 너에게로부터 가장 먼 곳 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 Far away 어떤 말로 널 담을 수 있을까 Where did the time go? How do we move so far away? Holding on, how much can we both take when love is an echo? I can't hear what you're saying when love is an echo. I can't hear what you're saying.
And here we are kicking off the first day of the third week, BPL Season 7. We got a C-League match here for you. Terrapin against Cernunnos. I'm Mustard. I have Salsa right over there. And I think we got a banger. I think we got a good match lined up today.
Yeah, two co-tenants right now of a bit of the C-League seller, unfortunately, but I don't think it's too late, or now is the time to panic to look towards playoffs, but there's still plenty of time to adjust, and these teams have not had the easiest schedules in the world, so it's reasonable to say they can bounce back starting today and make that run to at least kind of shoot for that 4th seed, try to sneak into the playoffs. Absolutely an option.
Oh yeah, but let's not get too ahead of ourselves, because let's take a look at our schedule of matches for today. If you were here bright and early at 6:15 Eastern, you would have caught the pre-show, Week 3 Campgrounds. So here we are with our first match at 7. 8 o'clock, we have 2 matches going on. One on this mainstream, Spud Clusters against Maron and Mallows, and then Mothmania against Blind Music Society over there on BPL 2. Corrupted Guise and Smoke Wolves will be on the mainstream at 9. Reprieve and a Bluff Creek Big Mode on the B stream. Requiem and Daybreak will be rounding out today on this stream, and Polaris and Zephyr on the B stream. So we have a lot of games today.
Yeah, it's going to be an action-packed day, and for an action-packed week, this is the middle point of the season. Every team is playing their 4th match. We play 7, so this is where how seasons really shape out. This is where you're going to decide how the teams that are truly dominant, they will prove themselves this week. We have a lot of those 3-0, 2-1 matches, especially today, that are going to decide really who's in the driver's seat for the standings going forward for the rest of the season, and who can really shoot for those top seeds for the playoffs, especially in A and B League where those things are contested. Here down in C League, we are looking at just one division, so it's a little bit more shaken out. Boa sitting up there at the top with 3-0. Our 2 teams, Terrapin 1-2. Cernunnos still looking for that first map win, not even a match win, still just going imperfect right now. And now would be a great time. This is where you need to step it up. They still have a shot. If they can just win out the rest of their games, they will still have a winning record. Now is that time. Any further and they risk having to go for tiebreakers, really rely on their map differential, which is hurting just as much as their match differential is.
Yeah, winning here today, especially in a 2-0, is a statement piece saying, hey, rough start to the season. There's 4 more games to play, including this one. So, they're looking down. They're trying to get that statement piece for this to kick off the second half of the season. For Terrapin, a win here kind of helps. It helps put them in a better position, especially for tiebreakers further down the line in the season. Like, if Cernunnos suddenly shoots up, wins their next 3 games after this one, all of a sudden it's like, oh well, if Terrapin they have that win virtue, it helps their tiebreakers a lot. So honestly, this is the momentum game more than anything.
Absolutely. And for both of these teams, they've been struggling, but in face of pretty good competition generally. For Cernunnos, all of their losses are of teams with a positive record, and obviously Boa has been undefeated, so that's an extremely hard team. Log Racers are a good team, as are Goatmen. That's just a tough schedule. Terrapin also the case there. 2 top teams, their only win coming from another team in the lower part of the standings. So while one team has a win, that could be a win that's just also against a weak team, but it also points to just having to deal with some of the top teams in the division, and now you're trying to scrap it out for that 4 or 5 seed, and these are the games that are going to be really important to play for that. You cannot drop a game. Terrapin going 2-1 last week, it really helps with that. Cernunnos, this is their first time with a match that really is up in that kind of echelon where you're trying just to claw your way back into contention. It now is the time where you have to lock in and get it done.
Yeah, and we're getting pretty close to things starting up, like you mentioned, but Terrapin, we take a quick look at who's on their team, who is playing for, who is fighting for that glory. We have Feedstacker, King Crimson on the DPS line, Spooky and Timweek. Timweek, a tank player allegedly. And then Pika, C Sharp, and Kisho Kitty. So that's gonna be a lineup for Terrapin. I am excited to watch this match because I believe in Spooky. I believe in Pika. Timweek is always a fun character. I don't think honestly, when I've played with Timweek, I've had fun. It's been great. So excited to see kind of what his joyous whimsy can bring to Terrapin. See if they can claw out a win today.
Absolutely. And I mean, I think the strength of the look towards the Cernunnos roster for them is Koenig on the tank role has actually been generally pretty solid. I'd really like to see what Koenig can do. We also see Juicebox able to flex to the tank. Those are the two eligible tanks on the roster. A lot of support players showing
a lot of
Jinxed is also a flex to the DPS role potentially, but
my favorite Junkrat player ever. So I think if we don't see a Junkrat lock in, if I don't see the Jay Silly locked in this match, I'll have some words. But
yeah.
but I'm excited. Chicken Nugget God, his return to BPL. It's been a season or two, and either way, there's a lot of folks that I've seen in this game that I personally enjoy seeing. I've seen them around for a long time, so it's kind of like almost like a nostalgia game in a way. There's a lot of old names in this match. As we get into the bans, I believe Terrapin has the first ban for this first map, as they take Brigitte as their ban, and Cernunnos following it up with Hazard, which I hate Hazard. Yeah. Get him out of here.
I mean, as we're looking towards New Queen Street as our first map, this map set kind of the odd man out of our rotation with a bunch of with both push slash flashpoint and also control. A little bit of a weird one this week, but I think having that in the rotation is going to really dictate the bans a bit more. We see Brigitte being banned here means we're definitely not going to see like that Break Juno. Probably just going to be seeing a lot of Lucio Kiri, and I think that the Hazard ban in response to that's a really smart play. Just force the rush comps to be a little off their game, and it allows Cernunnos here to maybe play some Winston with Koenig over there.
Oh, Winston, how's it hanging?
It'll be interesting to see. I like the presence of like the Winston versus Ramatra here. I think it's really had much to the Tracer versus Genji kind of make a difference between the two, because you're trying to isolate the Ram as much as possible with the Winston.
Yeah, and hopefully they'll be able to pull it off. We see Koenig already kind of walking forward, but taking a lot of poke to force it back off. Terrapin's health bar is looking fairly healthy with the speed boost from Kisho. Should be able to get involved, get in the action. Kisho does go down to a nice railgun shot from Juicebox, but Terrapin have control of the bot, so they are getting some push percentage. Probably not going to be all too much, but as I say that, I mean they're going to find the picks against Cernunnos. As my Chungus Sojourn goes down at the very end of the fight, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, Terrapin, both their supports were the course of that fight, so while they do win this, it just took a lot of a potential to maybe just equalize. Ultimately, Kisho gets back in time, so it's two people on the cart as Cernunnos start to come back. Just couldn't really capitalize off of the loss of the Lucio with everybody getting so low, particularly Koenig.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if you want to stay on the Winston here, because there's really not a great target for you to isolate besides the Ramaja, but he could just pop the Nemesis form, block forever. We see Spooky take out Koenig again. Terrapin just gonna roll the bot in for a free butt scratch. Get that forward spawns going as Jinx will go down. A little bit late, but does get the fast respawn. Timweek whiffing on the pulse bomb, going a little little bit wide.
I think that you have to try to find a break somewhere. It's just so hard to.
Oh, speaking of which,
there's the break you need. Bang!
There it is.
Done.
Yeah.
Team Week will follow, and the bot is starting to move back towards mid. Cernunnos finally getting a fight win here. And yeah, I think we also see Konig now has swapped over to the Ramattra, just mirroring the composition in that way. Like the Winston can match up favorably to there. It's just you have to force out the Nemesis form before you can really make that jump, and it's so hard to force it out otherwise.
Yeah, dogs going out for both teams. Juicebox gonna get one onto Feed Stacker. The beat forced out from Chicken Nugget God just to keep everyone nice and healthy. As Konig's health bar was a little bit low towards the end of that. The overclock, this is the cherry on top. Timweek trying to get his one before getting out. Might actually be able to successfully live. We'll see if that is the case.
40 health and a dream, and the regen coming up online. So still not out of the woods yet. Still waiting for the little bit of support of the team to get back to friendly lines. But now the Annihilation comes out and the pulse bomb. It looks like, yeah.
I think you just like Cernunnos lose this fight fast. Just don't get out, die or get out. There it is. There's the call for that. Because they laid the pulse bomb and the Annihilation together, which is nice to kind of burst down the Ramattra and the Nemesis form. But once you recognize that happening, Cernunnos, like Konig, stop blocking, rest of the team run away, right? Like you just need to hit the quick reset on that just to really keep momentum in your favor, because now Terrapin are in full control of this. And
that's such a brutal pick, and you had the blade too, so it's just something you absolutely want. Now the overclock from Feed Stacker coming out finds the Chicken. It's just so difficult to deal with this, and now you're in one fight territory, at least on your defensive side. They are going to get to this final straightaway.
Yeah, and Terrapin don't really have that much gas left in the tank. They have the beat from Kisho, but that's about all they're gonna get. Maybe
they also have this Kitsune Rush. Yeah, they use the beat to kind of spin into the Kitsune Rush, and that's their goal here. Just keep that going, and then
it's gonna be a little difficult. Yeah, Jinx gonna go forward with the blade, gonna be forcing out the beat. Just a standard exchange of ultimates. And as all that is happening, Terrapin will still be getting some picks in the back line as Konig trying to make something happen with the Annihilation. Gonna get 2 with it, but it will expire. Does get the Nemesis form back online out of the ultimate, so able to spin some momentum in their favor as Timweek did whiff on that pulse and will be getting taken out eventually. Nice punch to the face from Chicken Nugget God.
Yeah, it's a pretty brutal whiff. If that happens, Konig almost certainly goes down, and you continue to stay in the fight. Now your Cernunnos is just kind of setting up for getting the
dogs coming out,
and yeah, here comes the dogs. And Juicebox already down, losing such a huge damage dealer. Spooky, and that ultimate online. Spooky falling, though, should break this open for Cernunnos. Finally, those dogs go away. The Sojourn is traded off, and now we have some actual movement, hopefully getting to that barrier and pushing it right to the brink of getting that butt scratch.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if Terrapin want to fight before butt scratch, because they're not in a great position to. Suki is online, but like I
don't think they do either. Maybe Timweek touches and the rest of the team gets their time, and it looks like that will be the case. For it.
I mean, Cernunnos did give up a bit of space. I think if they played aggressively with the bot the whole time, they would have been able to keep it going. But unfortunately, Konig will go down. Spooky gonna find the punches, but it is traded right back. But Cernunnos did have to expend 2 ultimates to do it with the overclock and the beat. Overclock now from Feed Stacker, trying to lock things away early and keep Terrapin in this fight. And I mean, I thought it was maybe just a little bit, a little overzealous, but it worked out perfectly for Terrapin.
Yeah, Cernunnos just kind of getting a bit punished for their a little bit lack of aggression. Could have maybe gotten to the butt scratch. At least if you lose that fight, then you're get closer. And okay, another whiff, but it does
another air ball from Timweek. Unfortunately,
look, you miss every shot you don't take, so I respect it.
As Spooky down to half health, does have the Annihilation online, likely just to pop it to survive here to keep the fight going. Molten Core from the, I believe, a flank angle. I'm not quite sure where Jinx is with that ultimate. but Spooky walking forward with the Annihilation, gonna be able to get a lot of value out of it as all 5 players go down for Cernunnos. But I did like that they took an early fight and got resources out of Terrapin.
Yeah, now Cernunnos do have some resources. They will have this Annihilation, should get the Kitsune Rush as well. At least something to kind of mount this last defense, but it's just been so difficult for them to get on the back foot. You have to try to not use these resources, but you cannot afford to lose this fight. Getting the first pick on Keisha Kitty is really helpful, and now C# running away, so it looks like you will get this defense without having to commit anything to it.
That was probably the best pick, maybe the second best pick you could have gotten there. I think the best one would have been C#, who is able to get out with their life, but it's still like, wow, they got what they bargained for.
Absolutely, and now you have this overclock coming up soon. You might have this beat as well. You actually have a massive resources that you can use to get in there. Tim trying to get that pulse bomb back up, just to 99. There we go.
It. Yeah, it does just throw with another whiff, but that's okay. Zoning ultimate, Koenig walking forward with the Annihilation as, you know, Kitsune rushes used by both teams just earlier. As Spooky extremely low, I think Terrapin might be wise for you to back off here for now, as the rest of Cernunnos gonna walk forward. Juicebox is looking for it, does get the one on the Timweek, and they're gonna get butt scratched, so the fast respawn's gonna kick in. And I think Cernunnos, they have a shot at matching this this push distance.
Yeah, I do not like this swap from Timweek. I don't think that you can get to an EMP in time. I think you still want to have the damage potential of Tracer more than you do just want a Sombra on the field, even though Hack is insane.
I think it's just to be able to get at the turrets a little easier. As Juicebox absolutely nullified from Feedstacker. A great overclock. Gonna get 2. Jinx does trade one out, but it's not gonna be enough because you do have Spooky, who did pop the Annihilation. And Cernunnos, actually, they're still in this. They're not quite out, but they're not quite in. I'm not quite sure where they are. A little bit of a in between. Should be all getting that forward spawn though, as Terrapin pushing for it to try to force Cernunnos away. Timweek gets 1, but trades. I mean, is it worth it? Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's worth it. Like, the problem is just like Luna got caught on geometry and got picked off, and then Chicken gets staggered. I think it is probably worth it in that case. Actually, just you keep Cernunnos down for so long, and it gives you more time to play for the couple of ultimates that you're trying to go for. Now the EMP is actually a little bit in the cards. Jinx goes has the turret go down. Oh, and the beat's on time for Feedstacker.
Yeah, Feedstacker. I mean, he does go down though, so that's great news for Cernunnos. Traded out with Juicebox going down, but the Annihilation comes through. Spooky extremely low. Eventually will get burned out by the Annihilation as the cleanup crew comes through. Forward spawns reactivated for Cernunnos, but they don't have any more ultimates left. They're out. They're out of resources.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this beat, but you have to now deal with the EMP. You have to keep Timweek on lockdown or not play in a group, and I don't think that's going to happen. It's just now that EMP actually does matter, because you need to win exactly 1 fight, and that's the best 1 fight you need to win ultimate. Here it comes.
And C#, 3 enemies hit by the EMP. Timweek immediately going to eviscerate Jinx. Chicken Nugget God goes down next. The rest of everyone else falls as Luna just kind of standing on the side like, yeah, what can I do here? And we'll just accept their fates. As Terrapin with a dominating first map, especially in the first half.
Yeah, like the if you look at the scores of the distance for each team, it looks like it's a close game, but that is just classic push gameplay where you get such a dominant lead so early on. It takes so much effort for the opposing team to even get to somewhere remotely resembling like competitiveness. Finally, that Cernunnos is able to break through, but just not in time. You still have all your resources to go, and the clock's dwindling down, and they have all their ultimates up that matter, and just get completely run over. It's an unfortunate one, and now it's desperation. You have to win both of these next 2 games. Just to keep a positive record on the season. it's time to lock in.
Yeah, and you want that positive record. You want to be able to be in a good position for playoffs. I believe everyone does have a shot at the playoff bracket, but it's, it is a big difference between being top 4, bottom 4. Of course, there is still a world where the top 4 is include like someone that has a 3 and 4 record, but
Exactly, yeah.
you want to set yourself up to not be that statistical outlier, right? You want to be for sure. And we saw glimpses of brilliance from Cernunnos. They had their moments, right? They took some great fights. They had a few instances of generally, able to find the pick and able to capitalize on the pick. But overall, I think just like small things that add up that lead to them not being able to close out these maps I think one of the big things is aggression. They could afford to be a little more aggressive at times. I think especially when they were first going to that middle for the blood scratch, they just walked away. Like they backed off, they gave up space, which let Terrapin re-engage, come back and win, which not what you like to see. Cernunnos, they don't like to see the Sojourn.
No, they don't. I mean, Juicebox looked good on the Sojourn, but Feastsacker looked equally good, and
if not better, honestly.
Yeah, if not better, and you're just in such a position where you need to make you need to change something up, removing some DPS potential maybe for yourself, but also hampering your opponent. It might be a good change for that, and Junkertown Sigma ban is not unreasonable to see here.
Yeah. I mean, I personally, Sigma's a pretty standard general pick of, especially in these poke maps. But I'm not too sure if either of them play Sigma to a high degree.
Maybe not high degree. I've seen Koenig play a little bit of Sigma, but not enough to say I would want to target ban it. I would probably just say go with a support, instead of target banning a tank. I think the tanks, it's already a poke map. There's only so much you can play anyway, so either you just ban Orisa or something like that outright. Something like that, maybe get rid of a diva if you're gonna get rid of a tank. But I don't know how much you need to. I think you just say maybe just no Ana or no Juno, something like that, and play from there. Cernunnos now, Chicken moving over to the Brig now that that's unlocked. Luna, we playing. I'm trying to see if there's any swaps from anybody. Looks like Pika's in for Kisho on that Baptiste. Nobody else. No other subs.
Here, yeah.
So
I have heard rumors that this weekend has been really rough for availability for across BPL, as Jinx looking for that, miracle pick. Will not get it. Swaps to the Torbjorn now, and Terrapin is certainly running a comp of all time.
I don't know. I have seen the Bap Weaver work in the past, and I don't know how much I've seen it work with the Widow on the field. But I don't dislike it with the Echo and the Hazard. I think those are fine. The Widow is just, it's defense on Junkertown. You have to, especially on first. But
yeah,
I think you have to. Part of the issue is you're trying to look for this turret sometimes more, and Timwick falls early. Beatstack quick to follows, but now the defense for Terrapin kind of breaking down. Life Grip onto Spooky there to kind of get out of danger, but C-Sharp will fall for it. So not really a strong defense here, as
Spooky is
going to keep this car moving. Oh no.
Unfortunately though, Spooky, last to live, does get staggered out a little bit. Immediately we see swaps coming in. The Juno Kiriko. I'm not a big fan of that personally.
I didn't realize we're doing Juno and Kiri. I was gonna say somebody to touch makes some sense. You've given up most of the value for that, even if you get the touch, which you don't. 5 minutes on the clock, capping first. So you're trying to now just get the second point defense of position, and I think that's fine. I still don't know how much I like the. I think you should be playing a Brig here, not the Kiri.
Yeah, because Kiri has peel in the form of a Suzu, but Suzu is like there's kind of two types of like heal in this game and Kiri fits that emergency like win factor peel with the Suzu, versus Brig is kind of consistent stall style of peel that makes it difficult to take out to kill someone, right? To get that elimination. And I don't know, you really want that stall style of peel if you're playing especially like playing a slower comp like right now where you're attacking, you're taking your time, you're not really brawling that much, right? But as I say that though, Feed Stacker just kind of kills 4, which absolutely will nullify any and all logic of team composition, because you can just kill 4 as a DPS playing like as Ashe and just win the fight.
Yeah, I was actually going to say, I think part of the reason that they've actually swapped to the double flex support here is that Brig doesn't necessarily, not to say it doesn't do anything, but there's not a flanker you have to protect your Juno from. All right, bye-bye, Bob. That was nice to see you.
Yeah, Timweek in a very precarious spot, but Cernunnos just like wrap around, so it doesn't matter that Timweek not in a great position. They've swapped sides now. Cernunnos. I guess they are. C-Sharp maybe just a little bit lost. Where did my team go? As Cernunnos gonna walk forward. Molten Core on the card. Bob down from Feed Stacker. Koenig alive in the back line. Trade's going every which way. Feed Stacker. Bob does get 2, but I think it's just Feed Stacker back there. So that, well, never mind. Timweek is there too. But that will be the fight for Cernunnos. And if things get a little hairy and they want to keep control at this point, I mean, Koenig still has Annihilation.
Yeah. And now the sweep fought from Chicken. Double speed now, trying to get to the point really quick, I think. Will ultimately get there in time. There comes the orbital raise. Both just moving in that same vicinity. And now the Annihilation's just infinite colors. If you can't see a thing on your screen now, but it's absolutely going in the way of Cernunnos, getting both supports immediately. Now another Annihilation will find Spooky as well, despite the rest of Cernunnos basically falling over. It's now a 2v2 on the point, but Timweek falls. It's just this Ashe as the cart's going to get pushed into second.
Yeah, Feed Stacker just kind of standing, chilling, but gonna back off eventually. What a fast, quick turn of events. That's what you love to see. Cernunnos taking advantage of the double speed. Chicken swapping just to get back to the fight a little faster. You know, not really giving up ult charge because you just use your rally. Again, just small heads up plays like that eventually will add up, and you will win them. You'll win your game. You'll win your map. You'll win your match. And things are trending that way for Cernunnos right now. Both teams kind of almost hit an economy reset. The only ultimate online is the Kitsune Rush from C-Sharp, but I don't really see an angle where you can really use it that well. So, like right here, if you're Cernunnos, you just walk away.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that one. Like, that one's just, you're not, like, you're trying to put in position for Feed Stacker maybe to take some pot shots, but Feed Stacker's just going to get shot at then. It's not enough, and now you've just wasted such a key ultimate when you might want to take that on one of the main hallways of this last point.
Yeah, Feed Stacker walking back from spawn. As Koenig parking himself on this point. It's time to get that cart rolling. Timweek goes down to Juice Box. Vangada even out. I don't even know the name of that ultimate. I'm going to be honest. The Freya swap from Juice Box has slowly paid dividends, getting 2 picks. And like Chicken goes down. You lose one, so it's going to make this final push a little bit harder. But Cernunnos in a great position to just roll this card in. Maybe with a little bit of time.
Yeah, Bob going to be playing the defense for a little bit there, but the Molten Core on the point, going to try to prep some pressure. Koenig will fall, though. That is a forced reset for Cernunnos. Everybody just pressing the S key and just trying to see if they can get a little bit of exit damage on the way out, build up some of those ultimates.
Yeah,
the key ultimate here is actually going to be Terrapin with that Annihilation. Cernunnos not able to mirror it, so Having that extra
Yeah.
damage could force through an extra fight and push this to maybe around like 40 seconds.
Ooh. The duplicate comes out. Teamweek gonna be copying the Freya, trying to find any angle possible. We'll see if he's able to do anything. Does get some ult charge built up, but I think, yeah, Cernunnos just playing it smart, just waiting a little bit for the Annihilation to expire. I think this, I was about to say, I think the support ultimates are gonna make or break this fight. But Luna gets picked off, so it's gonna be a lot harder for Cernunnos to engage. I think they're just gonna wait for their. They're just gonna wait.
I really think. I mean, this is a good
Oh
engagement.
no! Yeah, you do not want to be stuck in that hallway, but it's. But Koenig does somehow get C#. Spooky with the Annihilation online now just gets forced away. The orbital ray is gonna be good as Pika's stuck. But the body block from Spooky gonna keep the Juno alive for just a little bit longer. Not gonna be, annihilating on the point, suffering as he has. Chicken just gonna be blocking off the line of sight for the Annihilation. Just not letting that ultimate extend the duration. C# also going down again from Koenig. Terrapin with only a few tools. They have a lot of tools to work with, but they need to get on this point.
Absolutely. I mean, both support ultimates are here. It looks like they were about to overlay him. Do not. Here comes the one. Bola getting pushed up by Juicebox, finds nothing. Now just trying to put some pressure on this point. There's the orbital ray. Now that the Kitsune has gone away, Bob will find Koenig, and that's a pretty big just cleave into Cernunnos, and everybody's falling down now. Cannot complete this map, just barely shy of 100 meters. Still a great offensive effort from Cernunnos. Terrapin now have to show up on offense and turn this map around.
And honestly, it's really difficult to complete Junker Town. And Cernunnos, they got most of the way, which sets them up really well for their defense. They have so much distance to work with to stop this card, pick up their first map win. And from what we saw during this, during their attack, I mean, they had, honestly, I think they had the slightly better comp with Brig instead of the Curie for Cernunnos. Just the amount of peel that you can get from the Brig, right? Just the constant being annoying, keeping your team alive, just making them a little bit harder to kill. It goes a long way. And then Rally is broken. I'm gonna let's not sugarcoat it. Rally is a really good support ultimate to keep your team alive, give yourself a little bit of that speed boost, make it easier to proc Inspire. You get the flat screen TV with the shield and the stun on your shield bash. It's really good at stopping any aggression. So and then it's really easy to pop, right? You just pop it, it's instant. So I think just little things add up. And especially against the Annihilation, Rally is so good against Annihilation because you can stun the Ramatra and keep your shield up and just block the line of sight and let the ult expire.
Yes, I mean, I understand part of the reason why. There's not a true flanker for Cernunnos, so not having to have the Brig for that, which would definitely force you to have one, makes you want to play more of that instant burst peel that Kiriko has, but I still think the Brig does provide a little bit more value here as we get started. Cernunnos already kind of forced off of this first corner without losing anything, just the amount of damage.
Where is my man Blood? Where is Tim Week? Oh my god. Where is Tim Week?
What are we doing, Tim Week? I mean, it kind of opens up Juicebox and gets the pick there, so we are equalized. But I mean, as the card's trying to round this last corner now, I think this is just a great defensive position for Cernunnos otherwise.
Yeah, I'm slowly loving the Torbjorn pick because you have the turret on the other side, just kind of keeping you at bay, kind of always poking at you, applying the anti-heal. Okay, jinxed. Gonna 2-tap the Reaper. No time to go in the Wraith form for Tim Week, as both DPS from Terrapin are gonna be sent back to the spawn room. And
Tim Week has given up. Tim Week is
the Tim Week soldier is here. We did it. Oh, we used to live. We used to pray for times like this.
Oh yes. Oh, and look at that, already finding Juicebox, breaking open that defense wonderfully. And Luna dropping low means Cernunnos kind of has to back off a bit more than they otherwise would want to.
Pause. So,
Hey, Spooky, staring at that turret, got so terrified, had to call for a pause.
Needed to pause. Turret was a little bit too scary. But, yeah, Terrapin called a pause. We'll see what that's all about in a little bit. But, again, so far, I think it has... this has been a surprise, I will say. As Cernunnos, honestly, kind of... It's night and day. From New Queen Street, they're taking more initiative, they're pushing forward, they're kind of taking those fights, and on top of that, they're winning. They're getting the picks, and I mean, it just looks like a completely different team. They look more decisive. They know what they want to do, and they're winning. And you know, not to knock anything on Terrapin. Terrapin's been doing great. The Tim Week Reaper to start off that attack was a little bit of might have overcooked the steak a little bit there.
No. Look, it was trying to scout and force Juicebox out of position. And get some resources.
Overcooked steak is still steak at the end of the day. You know what I mean, right? Like,
yeah.
There's always some like redeeming quality of it. It's not like, it was a classic. It was a classic Team Week masterclass. I think it doesn't really get any better than that. But yeah, the match is paused. We're waiting to really see kind of what that's all about. But again, so far, because buying another hour at the PC Cafe.
There's no way that's what we're paused for.
Yeah,
no. If that's the case, penalize this team. Penalize them. They don't deserve that. They should have done between the maps.
Well, you don't. Hey, you know what? I think it's smart on Pika. Save the money just in case, right? Like if
just in case you steamroll.
Just in case it's like, yeah, either you steamroll them or you get steamrolled, right? And you don't need the extra hour. It's a money saving measure in this economy. We need every dollar we can get. Like I'm scheduled the next 5 days at work. Like I need every dollar I can. So I get it. But
I would like to circle back though to Cernunnos. They absolutely do look different on this escort map. Hey, they haven't even gotten to play escort yet this season. This is their first time, and they've actually shown up for this. So I think like maybe this is just their map type. Maybe they just haven't. They've been locked away in the schedule hell.
Perhaps this might be their moment. Spooky a little bit in no man's land, able to abscond and get back and come forward maybe in a little bit. Cernunnos gonna use the orbital ray. Not the biggest fan of that orbital ray because it's not like you had much to follow up on, but Team Week does go down, which does force the Kitsune rush. Dogs on the field, but Pika goes down with a great headshot from Juicebox, and Cernunnos gonna walk forward. Koenig popping the Annihilation just to deny any value from the Kitsune, and we have once again reset to square one.
It's actually a great pick onto Pika there from Cernunnos. Finding that the Juno when the Ray is online and the dogs are out means they can't kind of go 1-2 when you don't have an answer for it. Now you can at least rally into this Ray and kind of deal with it. Bob is in the back line trying to find something, and
I think it does find a little bit of something. I mean, it's the constant damage that helps out. Colors every which way. Venn diagram of Annihilations on the field. Team Week popping the visor. Gonna be able to get two. Eventually taken out. Chicken still on the point, trying to hold it down with the rally, with the end of that rally. And Jinx is in the back line.
Yeah, we're chilling in the back.
Will he go for the crucial touch? Oh, get spotted out.
No, we're trying to get a
kill.
pick.
Wanted to get a kill. Wanted to get his weapon before getting out.
I mean, yeah, I respect it. That's honestly not even the worst, like, kind of desperation is maybe get the support on the way out before the point gets capped. Reasonable. Unfortunately, both supports are kind of right there, so they could just peel for each other and kill Jinx. But as we, kind of turn towards second, good defensive position for Cernunnos. 2 minutes, 45 seconds now on the clock. Juicebox is taking this rotation, seeing if we can find
Oh.
Feedstacker. Gets a dynamite to the face.
Yeah, great scouting, great heads up from Feedstacker. Trying to get that pick onto Luna, super low, but not able to connect the final shot to make it happen as Feedstacker will find Koenig's head. Tank out of the fight for Cernunnos, and the budget tank out of the fight as well, but it doesn't matter because the DPS from Cernunnos coming up big. It's a 2v2 now as it's Juicebox and Luna against Timweek and Spooky. The Juno does have the orbital ray, and I'm gonna be honest, Luna, it might actually be worth using it here for the miracle flip.
Well, okay, here everybody's here now in time, so it does not required.
Yeah.
Chicken gets picked off. Oh no, that's terrible. And you have to.
You're gonna have to use it now. You're gonna have to use it now, as there it is. The orbital ray comes out. Spooky gonna be running down Juicebox as Cernunnos trying to get control of this card again. Okay. Spooky just Spooky spawns in and immediately takes out the Juno. Koenig blocking, trying to get back to point, trying to stall for some time, but just gonna get body blocked. And Terrapin will be rolling this card. 3 minutes to finish. 99 meters.
Great first point defense, third point second point not so much as we look to third point. Both of the annihilations are online. Ray still getting close there for Pika. DPS ultimates looking pretty much equal. Feedstacker will get that pretty soon. Juicebox still looking for the Bob. Both of the other DPS will have theirs online. So really that support ultimate's kind of that big difference maker. Timweek trying to get something off, or getting forced off of the high ground, trying to find this line of sight to get a really good visor here. Dropping low, has to run to the pack, and now retreats back to the cart.
Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Timweek taking a world tour of the map right now. Jinxed 1 HP. Spooky popping the annihilation just to confirm the kill, and gonna get out as well. Able to not really sure if that's super worth it, because now Koenig just has a free annihilation. Chicken Nugget God does go down as Timweek's visor gonna find one, and the cart will keep rolling.
Yeah, and you still have not forced out this Ray. That's really unfortunate. The Molten Core will be useful to try to get people off of the point, but it's just so difficult to deal with the Ray when you also have to deal with a Bob that'll shoot you in the back, so you have to play really off to the side. This is just really disastrous. Now this last straight shot.
Yeah, you drop one puddle under the Bob, and then you use the rest on the orbital ray. Should hopefully be enough to zone them out. But Jinx just gonna pop it immediately. The Bob comes out into the back line, kind of likely trying to burst it down as fast as they can, but not really gonna be fast enough, as Timweek will go down, but at the expense of 2. Chicken Nugget God with the rally gonna be walking forward, trying to stay alive, trying to stall things out for his team to try and make something happen. Koenig going down after respawning. Jinx gonna get taken out by Feedstacker, who just dropped from the high ground. They are not able to get the crucial touch. And Terrapin closing it out with a 2-0, but Cernunnos, they put up a fight, but alas, was not enough.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing you definitely need to see if you're Cernunnos, but it just could not bring it together on second or third. A really good first point defense, though, it has to be said. So at least a little signs of life from this team that has otherwise been in pretty dire straits, but Imperfect Season continues on, still 0-4 and 0-8 with their maps, just trying to find something, and it definitely will happen. This team has shown those flashes of brilliance that can turn a fight and a map around. Just did not come together here today against Terrapin, who now goes 2-2. Still, I think remains in the same position in their standings. I think they are still the 6th seed. Yes, they are, but they equalize the map differential after that, and it really sets them up because a lot of these 2-1 teams are going to be playing each other, knocking some down, and that's where you can kind of start to feast and at least gain a little bit of ground in these standings. Just because you've gotten your wins against the teams ranked lower than you, you're trying now to punch above your weight and get those games against teams like Goatman and Noctis, who they still have yet to play.
And, Terrapin have at least now cemented themselves as the mid, perfectly equal.
Mid
2-2, 5-5, perfectly mid. But and in 6. So if that doesn't really go to show kind of how things are shaking up right now in C League, it's a little goofy, but it is the first game of the week, right? There's still 3 more C League matches to go to change up how those standings are going to look. So of course Terrapin, still 6th place for now, but really what matters is at the end of Sunday, where they stand, right? Are they going to be 4th place or 5th place or stay 6th? Are they going to maybe jump up to 3rd even? Who knows? What I do know is that we have a lot more games left. 6 more matches of BPL across 2 streams. The game right after this one, right here, Spud Clusters against Maron Mallows, and then Mothmania and Blind Music Society on the B stream. And again, 2 more matches after that. A lot of games, and really you don't want to miss any of them because this is the middle of the season. This is the momentum week. If you win this week, you carry that on into the rest of the season. If you started off slow, this is your time to come back, catch up, and get that ball rolling. This is the game you need to win, is this week, regardless of where you stand in the standings. If you can't claim a win this week, it will really put a bit of a hamper on the rest of your season. So.
Absolutely. Another 2 teams trying that are really evenly matched. They're both 1 and 2. Spud Clusters and Maron Mallows will be what we'll be seeing next. And me and Mustard will be sticking right here. We'll be seeing that match right after this break.
We got nowhere to be, just a slow dance with the summer heat. The world outside can't wait a few, 'cause right now we got nothing else to do. The sun is peeking through the cotton white blinds, your hands still tangled up in mine. Feet on the wall, your head on me, floating easy. We got nowhere to be, got nowhere to be. Your hair's a mess, but you don't mind. You just laugh, let it fall where it lies. Coffee's cold, but we take a sip, talk about nothing. Let the morning slip. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that, like summer sun on quiet tracks. Oh, it feels like that, like the summer rain that falls so slowly on the naked skin upon your back. Oh, it feels like that, like a love song on a worn out track. Yeah, it feels like that. Feels like that. Yeah, it feels like that. Na 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 na. Feels like that. Oh, it feels like that, like summer air through window cracks. Oh, it feels like that,
And we're back with our next match of the day. Set game 2 of 4 here on the A stream. We got Spud Clusters against Maron Mallows. An A-League matchup for the ages, as both teams looking to break free and cement themselves in the top half of the standings. I'm Mustard. With me I have Salsa right over here. And yeah, we're gonna bring you all the action of this match. How are things going so far?
I think they're going good. If we can take a peek maybe at the rest of our schedule for the rest of the day real quick. We have another game, Mothmania and Blind Music Society, going on the B stream right now as we speak. We'll see a couple more games later tonight. We have the Teku block coming up. Both
Yeah.
the Teku teams going to be playing at the 9 o'clock hour. And a couple of teams, a couple A-League matches, it looks like, down at 10 p.m. Notably, I'd like to talk about Polaris here as we turn now to our two teams and our standings here. Maron, Mallows, and Spud Clusters are both 1 and 2, and they have nearly identical map differential. Something else that's identical is their opponents. All of their opponents are in the top 4. All of them for both of these teams. And not just that, both of these teams have played 2 of the same 3 opponents. They've each played the 1 and 4 seed, and they've played one of the 2 teams that are currently tied for second. And they've won those games against the second place teams. Those are those teams' only losses. And then they've had close games against the top team, Pineapples, and then they've lost also to that 4th place team as well. So these teams, while they're ranked 5th and 6th, are actually very competitive within the entirety of this Aspen division, and they're taking it against good teams. So this should be a very good matchup and really set the standard for how these teams are going to go forward. This head-to-head it matters for the ultimate playoff race, and because these are some of the last couple games you're going to get against this top group of opponents. After that, you're going to get teams like Camp Halfburger and Zephyr, who are on that lower side of the standings.
Yeah, and speaking of the teams, take a look at the teams themselves. As for Spud Clusters, I am excited to see I think the tank matchup's kind of what I really want to see. Since you're not rotating your DPS line most of the time, you want to have more than one DPS, and it looks like for Spud Clusters, they might just be keeping Star Potato and Blobs in full time, which would really put more on the rest of the team to be kind of able to play around the 2 DPSs, since generally speaking, DPS, the damage roll with the most heroes in it, generally speaking, is going to be the one where you slot in different players. So we'll see how this works out for Spud Clusters, as we have Maron Mallows, and you know, Salsa, you said it to me when we were, on that break. Any team with Wi-Fi cannot be a bad team. I think I agree.
No, I truly believe this in my heart of hearts. Wi-Fi is just such a huge, impactful player, both on DPS and on support, that any team she's on is automatically good because she's on it. And there's a great supporting cast around that amazing support player. Yup and Walkability have been great in the support role. And Hagen and Anstein have also been really solid. And Hagen played very admirably against Pineapples in the previous matchup. So like this is, and Bochi and Octo Crash are also fantastic DPS players. Just a very versatile roster. Just a solid one. There's not a clear weakness in this team, and I think that's something you want. Like, certainly, it means you don't always have the super powerful strength that just lets you cleave through teams, but you're never gonna get hit with a bad beat where it's just like a team gets to target down a one weakness for the rest of your match, and that's why you fall apart all the time. You're not that glass cannon, you're just solid, and that's where I think they stand with this 1 and 2 against some really good competition.
Yeah, so really, I think this match is going to be great because, like you mentioned, they've all played top 4 teams, which really means this is the match of mid. Who will cement themselves as the gatekeepers of the top? This
Yeah,
is the
and
match.
who's
We'll
going to really
find
be able
out
to punch their way into maybe being part of the top after a couple games where they get to pad their record against those lower seeded teams. We're looking for those bans they're already in. Spud Clusters get that first ban, and we'll be banning Kiriko. Hazard ban for Maron Mallows, both reasonable bans. I think those are kind of just evergreen bans, especially on a map like New Junk City. Just usually fine. Probably means we're going to be seeing some maybe Juno Brig type of brawl, maybe with a Orisa or a Ramatra. And Hagen has been known to occasionally bring out the Zarya. Could see that, though I doubt it on a map like this. Maybe you'll see that like we get to Nepal map 3. I think you could see the Zarya a little bit more on a map like Village, perhaps.
Yeah.
We will see. Ultimately, there's a lot to go there. We'll see Anstein actually on that tank role for Maron Mallows, so and maybe the Reinhardt. Could we get actually real Reinhardt hours? I'd like to see that.
I would love to see the Rectangle Man make an appearance today, as we now have more than one observer. Give it up for our production team. We now have 3 observers.
Yeah, because Spooky's not playing the game. How to win a match first.
Yeah,
and also interesting to see, we see Altair actually. It looks like we have a ringer for DPS and Spud Clusters, so Altair being a little bit of a wild card for that team. As we're gonna get this rush. Actually, Wi-Fi on the BAP is gonna be an interesting little wild card here. When we would normally see that Juno Brig.
Yeah, which I'm curious to see what they're cooking up. I mean, Wi-Fi on BAP means she's gonna be able to do a lot more damage, and you still get that burst healing. You still have the immortality field, which is still pretty strong in the light of all the Overwatch 2 support characters. As Maga being locked in for Pinecone, which is a little bit, I wouldn't say unconventional, as Maga very great at running people down, which is kind of what you want to do on New Junk City. As we see, Spud Clutch just continue to kite out Maron Mallows, and Scene and Yup not able to get the value they want, and they're gonna be forced to back as Maron Mallows forced to back up. Pinecone does go down eventually though, and Wi-Fi claiming that kill again. Any team with Wi-Fi cannot be a bad team, and Scene finally gonna be able to get a little bit of value as Altair trying to make something happen on the side. Spud Clusters, they did get the opening capture on the flashpoint, so not all negative for them.
No, absolutely not. Getting that pick on the Yup, just playing like in circles, something you can do with Malga. Just play in circles, play with the Juno, and just try to find somebody. You do find Yup, but not able to really find anybody else out of position. And Maron Mallows is able to get set up and really play with the BAP and not get run around in circles, and then just blow up the tank, and then find one of the DPS, and then everyone else falls immediately afterwards. Aqua falls early on into this fight. Spud Clusters don't really have that enough support to keep that Malga in good health, and has to fall back because your Brigitte can't heal quite that much, even with the immense amount of healing Inspire can provide.
Again, like Juno Brig with the Maga is a little bit interesting, because the Maga's gonna charge head in, and then you lose a lot of potential peel. You basically lose your front line when that happens. But I don't think it really matters too much here. The amplification matrix pop in alongside the Bastion in the turret form. Gonna be popping the ultimate as well. So really, as the cherry on top. Altair still alive. Penguin has, well, so there's still a 2v2 on this objective. Rally being forced out, but does not matter, because the shield, the punch will go straight through that shield. Beat and the Annihilation invested, and Steam walking forward, looking to get a pick on the Altair. They lose control of the point. Spud Cluster's gonna be getting a cheeky little capture in, but I don't think it's really gonna do too much, because you don't have the players to keep it contested. You see Pinecone throw himself on the objective. Same goes for Star Potato, but it's not really gonna find too much in Maron Mallows. They're gonna get the first point.
Yeah, now especially now that you also see Aqua use another support ultimate as well to try to keep that fight going. So while you do cash in quite a bit in that fight, you cash in Beat and Annihilation, it ultimately is kind of an even fight. You're going to have to deal with Cage here. You're definitely going to have to deal with this Blade. You don't have something that's a clean answer to that. So you just have to kind of kill the Genji before that happens, or just stall it out as long as you can.
Cage to Blade and Genji. Like, I want to see it happen. I think
I mean, I'm not saying you're going to go together. I'm saying that you have them on the same team.
I think that
well, the Alter's a great pickoff to get this started. Here comes the Cage. And there it is! There it is!
Spoken into existence. Call it the blender. As Star Potato, if you had just stopped deflecting and swung, you probably would have gotten that kill on the Wi-Fi. Maron Mallows, they're able to survive the blender. They're going to get the first pick and the first capture.
Yeah, could not get trapped into the little jar quite enough. And really just getting that one getaway is just so tough. Because otherwise you do have to win that fight and take a really solid position in this point. And now you've already lost first. Are now pretty far down in second, and you don't have a lot of ultimates coming up online just as overclock. And I mean, Maron Mallows doesn't have that, like, have the mirror basically because you're running the Bastion, but it's just the way their composition set up. It does overclock's not even that, like, it's an impactful ultimate, but you can mitigate it a bit with Lamp and with Ramacha Shield.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens as we have Anstine walking forward, taking a lot of damage from the Maga, but just gonna put up his arms, gonna start blocking a little bit. Aqua does go down to the getting in that pick in the back line, and Altair gonna pop the overclock, trying to equalize things, but you are down both supports. It's a little bit of a Hail Mary for Spud Clusters. Does get one onto the Symmetra, but it does not really matter at the end of the day. Capture does come through, so again, Spud Clusters with another cheeky little cap. As Maron Mallows, I think they're going to walk away with this one.
They probably should win this point. There might be a touch because they got that flip, and it has been really good that they're able to get those flips, but yeah, it looks like they're giving it up now. 90,
I mean, they're walking towards it. They're trying to get
the dash. Here we go. We do get the touch.
I really don't think that's a good idea. They do get the cap again, though. For Maron Mallows, you have so many tools at your disposal. I think it is beneficial for you to just take a fight. Optical Crash, gonna be popping the Bastion ult, gonna be forcing people out. It catches Star Potato, Pinecone goes down, and again, just like that, Spud Clusters going to go down. They're gonna lose this capture, and that puts Maron Mallows at math point.
Yeah, normally I would say it's actually fine to engage there. You do force out an ultimate that otherwise would not have been used, but also I think Bastion ult's not going to be that impactful for the way you're playing, and I don't think that that ultimate matters. I think they're happy to just turn that in when the team already has to use so many resources to touch. And now we see Pinecone swapping to the Junker Queen, as both of the support ultimates will be online at least, so they do have that to deal with. The Beat and the Annihilation coming up online. Also have the Wall from Bochi, can use that potentially, but I think unfortunately it's a little too late for this Junker Queen swap.
Yeah, but there's a chance Pinecone can find some huge value. Anstine going to be walking forward with the Annihilation and just kind of force Spud Clusters away, but they successfully kind of kite out of it all. He gonna drop the Symmetra Wall. The Photon Barrier comes online just to split the point, make it a little bit harder for Maron Mallows for Spud Cluster, to do anything. B comes out from Yup Yup, just as the cherry on top of this fight. The rally from Penguin, a little bit of a maybe just a heat of the moment, but definitely would have loved to have that one back if you are Spud Clusters.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely brutal to lose that, just kind of throwing it away in a fight that was already looking to be in the losing column and quickly turned into a loss. And now Maron Mallows are the only people with ultimates on the field right now. Really playing around this window is going to be super difficult. You have it's once Spud Clusters get the Rampage online, then you can sort of play around this window, but you're still a good distance away from there. That this fight might be able to get some engagement with that window. Looks like they're playing a bit more passive though, and Pinecone will be able to get it in time.
Well, I think for Spud Clusters, a lot is going to hinge on. Yep, there's the Matrix. A lot is going to hinge on Pinecone if he can get a huge ultimate off. As he's just trying to look for the angle, able to get one onto Wi-Fi, just kind of almost using it to get out, kind of return back to his team, but not really gonna find his team. Instead, gonna find the Ramattra popping the Annihilation. Altair with the overclock. Gets one, but not anything more. But Spud Clusters might have a shot at this. 2 players go down. Aqua gonna find gonna have to get back on this objective if they want. It is a 2v1 now. I believe Lucio has returned, so Penguin gonna be reinforcing the team just a little bit. But Anstein, not easy to kill. The Ramattra eventually going down, and they will be getting the cap.
Yeah, getting the cap a couple seconds, like a second before Anstein actually goes down, just Big Toe is not standing on the point, is pretty important. Just getting a little bit of percent, a little less time for Maron Mallows to get their ultimates up online and ready to go. You have to deal with this beat soon. You have to deal with the barrier right now. It's ready to go. You only have a pulse bomb, and perhaps this orbital raid will be coming up on real soon, so just trying to manage this ultimate economy is going to be really key for Spud Clusters to keep themselves in it. Aqua falling, though, is so brutal. You cannot have that happen. Aqua's been getting picked out early so often.
Yeah, I mean, just the Ramattra in a position, Anstein able to just run down a support. It is not ever a position you want to be in. Spud Clusters just falling apart at the seams, and they're going to be able to get the crucial touch, but I don't think anyone can keep that going for long enough for these reinforcements to come back. And Maron Mallows with the 3-0 on New Junk City to open things up. And it's not looking too hot for Spud Clusters.
No, just a dominant map win for Maron Mallows. You never really felt truly out of the driver's seat, lost. Like they gave up percentages, but they only really truly lost one fight. And I mean, that's just difficult to see if your Spud Clusters have to kind of get it together, but we're gonna see some escort gaming from them real soon on Junkertown, and that can be kind of that map where things start to let up and get to see some more out of the teams. Just try and find that lane, because I think they definitely can make it. There was some coordination, but they're also working with that ringer. It's always difficult when you have a ringer, especially on a key role like DPS. You don't have many, it's hard to make the substitutions you need to, and you're just feeling wherever you can.
And
it's just tough there.
It's only game 1, right? There's 2 more, they could take us to a map 3 again. It is the first of 2, so they could take us to a map 3. We could see the mythical escort tie take us to a map 4.
I mean, we could.
The mythical escort draw.
If anybody in BPL is going to be the one casting during an escort draw, it will be me. I have seen some of the most insane, terrible, worst draws to push a map 4 I've ever seen in my life. So I can't count it out. It's
How many map 4 first to choose have we had in BPL? Can we get some of our greatest historians on the case?
Yeah, historians. We were talking about this last week. I know that because we were talking about how many times I've seen it. So this week has been pretty good. This is actually the perfect map set to not have a map for.
Oh yeah,
the 2.
I mean,
so
you can technically tie escort, but it is a monumental task for that to happen. So yeah, will it happen? Probably not. It is possible in the game mechanics. It is possible. The game does allow.
The game
the game does let it happen.
We play enough matches across the course of all of our BPL events that once eventually we're gonna get it right. I don't know.
I think we'll see it eventually. Spud Clusters, with their first ban as the losing team of the previous map, will take Brigitte out of the pool. Whether or not that is a protection ban to keep any other supports from getting taken out, or if the Brig really was a problem for them, which I don't really think it was.
I mean, the Brig wasn't on the field most of the time.
Yeah, Maron Mallows didn't even play Brig, so it is highly likely this is just either a protect ban or maybe it's a map informed ban because it is Junkertown. But
sure, I think you are trying to prevent a Juno Brig, and you'd rather push them towards Lucio Kiri, perhaps. But I also just think that you need to protect ban a DPS Altair, especially when you have a ringer, I think you need to protect what your ringer can do a little bit more, unless you have a superstar. Like otherwise, it would get targeted. Ooh,
Diva.
Interesting. Diva?
Huh.
Huh.
All right.
Okay. I think that, I mean, it probably means, I'm trying to see if anybody else is here.
I think it is. I don't think there's any like K the other support is support tank for Spud clusters is not here in the match. So Pinecone is the only tank for them.
Yeah, Pinecone's the only tank. It looks like Penguin has been swapped out for Austin. Austin is in on support. So that is the... Yeah, maybe that informs why you wanted to ban the Brig, but I think if you do have that Altair in the server, just ban what's good for Altair, or ban something that's not like just in the DPS slot that you want Altair to like still be able to play, and go from there. We saw the Sojourn, Altair looked fine. I also question how much you wanted to be banning the Brig, because unfortunately just a big part of the the problem for Spud clusters was Agua getting picked off way too often on that Juno, and I don't know how much taking away the Juno's protector is a great call.
Maybe you just don't play Juno. Maybe that's
it probably is that you don't play Juno, but and that is part of the reason why you're banning Brig. You're trying to force it into a Lucio Kiri comp, perhaps, but I think then I still think that the flexibility of Maron Mallows, it allows him to play both a Lucio Kiri that you can force, but also a bunch of other compositions that you don't have to ban your own character to keep your team from playing the composition. Just don't run it and ban something slightly more effective that's more targeted.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a tough line because it's... We'll see what Spud clusters run here.
Yeah, I think it definitely is. What composition do they want to run? Junkertown's just already a map that is an oddball in the escort pool, so bans are going to change philosophy compared to most of the other maps in the game, and they're coming out of the server with the room with Ana Zen is certainly a composition. Normally when you say double flex support, you don't think about that one, but sure, why not?
I almost prefer like Nilari instead of a Zen here.
I also like. I love Zen, but I also agree. I think you should be playing Iliari here.
Like with the long sight lines, you want something. You want the hit scan character. We see Wi-Fi. I'd be walking out on it. Potentially, as walkability on the Mercy looks like that will be the case, as Maron Mallows cooking something up for sure. Probably just gonna get some early poke. Yeah, it's early poke, early scouting, and then immediately gonna swap back. But oh, there's the ball. Yeah, wrecking ball
and rip. Well, it's ball. We get out no matter what, but you know.
Oh yeah,
shuts down the entire defense there. Where is Hagen going? What are we doing? Just chilling in the back line. Get some peel. Wi-Fi swapping over to the Ana now. Just absolutely brutal with that roll. Oz already gotten that one great sleep, and now he's seeing that great nade as well, just to keep Hagen alive. Trying to rush in, get some pressure, but is currently hitting the Discord. So
whoa.
Yeah, I don't know how aggressive we have to be here, but
Austin getting the pick onto the as Altair goes down to the Reinhardt.
No, there's no way, right? No, surely not.
Needing to reload. Agua had to reload. There is a world where the Reinhardt does go down, but like, what? Where is my what? This is a what is my Chungus Reinhardt doing moment, and I guess the answer is just killing the back line. Pinecone comes in, Altair gonna get 2 from the high ground. Great slam from Pinecone just to take off any heat from the on the Widow as Wi-Fi will go down, and this has certainly been one of the games of Overwatch of all time.
It's so far it has. It has been 2 minutes now, nearly. Once everybody gets out, but Altair under a lot of pressure will survive. Bochi getting taken down, so no, the threat has been averted for now. Yeah, I think I don't want to see a little bit more peel for the supports of Spud clusters, but so far so good. You have been getting a bit of a hold. Ooh. Now it's when those ultimates get to be broken in, and you're now going to see these mines probably come out. We get out?
No.
We're getting out.
Okay. Popping cone. That is so unfortunate.
Every cooldown getting forced for Pinecone, still really low. Has just used the mine, still low. And now finally in the position. And
mines but I mean, I think overall though things looking pretty up if you are Spud clusters, because you force the nano, you force the immortality field. That's just the go button for Pinecone, who does get the nano boost. Altair popping the walls, the Infrasight trying to get something, and Wi-Fi walking right into the crosshairs. Pinecone with 2, and I mean things look bad for Spud clusters, but they're picking it up. They're thriving on the chaos being of the match, just overall having a no clear cohesive ebb and flow whatsoever.
Yeah, but now you're at the point where there is oh wait, they are swapping? I don't know if you still have Shatter. That is a crazy amount of swap. I think you still have Shatter, and you have to at least take the shot at trying to get some point presence with that rather than switching to the Winston. Though the Winston is not a bad swap, let me be clear. Oh, the pulse bomb tries to throw that in there. Bochi will fall when trying to use it though, so will not matter. And now Mallows are actually in quite a desperate situation.
They only have the Bola coming into this. And like Bola, not really a great ultimate, I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, it's a good ultimate because you get it so quickly, just like the same thing with like Pulse Bomb, but in terms of raw turn to fight around potential, absolutely not.
Yeah, it's not like, it doesn't have that level of, power to it, which is fair. The rest of the kit is very powerful, which does mean that you have a slightly weaker ultimate to kind of counter that. And Hagen does go down, but traded out immediately for Agua as the Bola finding value, as mentioned. Altair will go down to Optical. So 2 picks for the Freya already. The extremely trying to force this guy out. Someone does have to stay on the objective. Tracer battle comes through. Star Potato does have the recall. Pinecone does get one with the mines as Obstacle and Hagen stay on this card. Star Potato trying to cause a little bit of disruption. Maybe throwing in the Pulse Bomb, but will not find an angle to do so. Altair returns on the Sombra, immediately taken out as the rest of Mallows come back on the fast characters. And they will be rolling. Oh, never mind. Oh, there it is. Never mind again. They will be rolling in the car. Pinecone boxed down, not able to get back to the safety of his team. But that really was, like, I think the closest you could ever cut it if you are Maron Mallows.
Yes, absolutely. But they do get there in the end, and now they have a lot of ultimates in the bank because they were doing a lot of damage and kind of engaged with some of their ultimates. I used that Bola to begin things off, and now you're in a position where you actually can be in the power position. Goes down, gets caught out with that flashbang.
Yep. Hinder is almost more frustrating than stun because, like, stun is a clear cut. Oh, I can't move. But a hinder is like, oh, I can still kind of move, but I can't really move, and I can't use any other ability. I think, or any other types of movement. So it's a little bit of a weird spot. I'd rather be stunned than hindered in a lot of situations. Bola does come out, but it doesn't really matter as the rest of Spud Cluster is just going to clean up house off the back of Altair and Austin, who has now swapped to the Ilaria. I think this should have been the play from the beginning, but I mean, Spud Clusters, they held on for really long with that Zenyatta, so.
Yeah, that will be a minute left or just about. Most of the ultimate's still 9. That Bola is off, though, and dive coming in onto Maron Mallows. Has to get the Suzu already forced, so no cleanse for the time being. And that is kind of important because of the potential for
there it is,
something like that. Walkability goes down. You do not have that continuing rush for the rest of this fight. Altair will go down in a trade, and Austin falls as well. So now the numbers are actually turning in the favor of Maron Mallows. Wait a minite.
Maron Mallows might have pulled something out from the brink. No support.
There's no support from Maron Mallows. There's no support. They have
no supports. Pinecone uses the mines. I just saw where Hagen dropped his. Those are that's certainly a minefield of all time because it's all clustered and no one's really up there. Dog's out for walkability as Pochi and Optical Crash get picks of their own, and I think they're gonna do it. They're gonna cap this point with almost no time left on the clock. So functionally capping in overtime. 1:35 to push it through second point.
They're just squeaking by on all of these points, but you still keep both your DPS ultimates. Spud Clusters will have the Captive Sun, as well as the High Noon. Deadeye, I don't know how much you're going to get off of that, even on this point where it is can be set up pretty well with the rotating.
And Hagen.
And Hagen gets out, though. And Hagen gets out. That's actually pretty critical that Hagen can get out here.
Yeah, getting slept and then getting flashed and lives. So that's pretty big for Maron Mallows. Wi-Fi goes down, which is not big, really. So a bit of a reversal. Things just kind of flip-flopping. And again, Spud Cluster's just looking absolutely just a different team almost on this point.
Yeah, I mean, Junkertown is definitely somewhere the defense can get this kind of setup going. And now both support ultimates online, both DPS ultimates for Spud Clusters, just in a really great position. A lot of damage can be done with this setup. The Crash goes down, no ultimates have to even be invested. And the sleep onto Inhagen also really brutal. Here comes that Captive Sun. Looks to go find Wi-Fi, nobody else, but the walkability falls too. This fight's already over and only 10 seconds left. You have to just hope that you can get a touch with this ball in time, which you should. It is ball.
Well, no, if you get flashed, it might be
that's the problem. If you get flashed,
there it is.
Nano's there.
He does get the... Okay, he did get the touch, but the Nano onto Altair with the High Noon is going to make it really hard for anyone to push through. But again, full headshot, headshot, headshot. Altair clicking heads, cleaning up kills, field just for good measure from Pinecone. And Spud Clusters, they hold, probably not the result they were looking for, but they are able to hold and stop full cap. So there is a goal. There is the end in sight.
Yeah, and it's very reasonable. Maron Mallows really they have first and second, but once they lose second, they get one fight, and it's going to be basically an overtime fight. Just you don't have a lot like that distance there is just not enough to really get one solid like good defensive hold in there. Maybe you get one, but it's hard to say. I just you really have to lock down and make sure you don't give up a lot of time bank. You have to kind of keep pace. If you see Spud Clusters take first with over a minute, they're almost certainly winning this map.
Yeah, just having like a larger time bank is going to make all the difference, I think, if they're able to make it happen. As it's starting to make sense why Spud Clusters banned Break, because Pinecone really wanted to play ball, and Winston here.
Sure, but also I think that you've seen the really big hole of where the Brig should be on Spud Clusters. Austin playing the Zen is just it should be a Brigitte. It just should be. And you don't have that. And we've seen the Iliari, and the Iliari also works well here. I just don't know how much I like the Zen. I understand maybe holding it just to get a quick right click, throw it out the doors, and then switch, but we're not seeing that. We're seeing sticking on it and trying to get value from the Discord orb, and I just don't think that's fully there. Though we see now this dive coming in from Pinecone has to jump out. And Hagen on the Zarya is also an interesting little pick here. It's just so easy to kind of burst down, especially with the Winston just being able to play into those. I think Zarya bubbles. I think it's just difficult to see.
I think it was predicting the ball because you can
it probably was
bubble. You could just bubble the target that the ball wants to take out because ball's good at single target isolation, whereas Winston's good at kind of like team or like maybe even multi like group ISO, like cutting off groups at a time. So, you know, it's kind of just a battle of the beams. Which one's better? The particle cannon or the Tesla cannon? As you know, everyone's just kind of tickling each other. Not too much action going on as Altair will finally. I think that's the first limb of the round actually. Onto Optical Crash. Austin goes down shortly thereafter. So even trades 1v4. A little bit of a freak call as Boji and Wi-Fi going to be claiming some of their own, and Maron Mallows will hold on for now as both teams building up their ultimates.
Yeah, Star Potato's getting a couple of that one burst shot in the back of the head from Wi-Fi, and instantly just gets burst, and Spud clusters fall around him. Now Maron Mallows actually have the ultimates to kind of keep this going. You're close to that grab. You have the window as well, and the Bulla through the window is quite a powerful one. So I think you are in good shape despite how everything's gone. Optical Crash getting low, has to get a lot of peel. The nano boost is getting invested on the Winston, and you're just really grab. That's honestly perfectly fine.
Matrix. Oh my goodness. They wanted that Winston as they invest everything in against that monk as Optical Crash will go down to Star Potato. The Transcendence from Austin looking to live?
I think that's just a selfish, I'm in danger, let me press Q. I think that's honestly a good use of the Zen ult there in terms of self-preservation. I don't think it's a great use in terms of team play. I think you could have just waited for your tank to come back and have a better engagement as the whole. But Primal will find Bochi now, and Popsicle also dropping really low on the low ground. Altair getting targeted down by Inhagen, but Wi-Fi falling down too means Orcability under a lot of pressure is already at half health, cannot find the angle to help Inhagen out, and this looks like we'll be giving up first. Maybe we're just falling back to see if we can get a last minute touch. We are at under a minute though, so that is a good pace for Maron Mallows, at least on their defensive side here so far.
Ooh. I'm not too sure if they want to really touch this Maron Mallows. I mean, like, Inhagen already down to half health, just trying to even touch. Getting slept straight out of the teleporter, and again, Inhagen it's gonna go down in a quick second. Like, they eat up some time, sure, but now they're dead, and now they have to set up again. Now they have really, they're gonna be on the back foot. Bud Cluster's gonna take a lot of space here. We already see Pinecone basically at the end setting up. So
yeah, I don't think touching in general is a conceptually bad idea, but the way they were touching just got immediately punished. Boji immediately getting swept and then blown up. It doesn't matter. And now you've just given up all your defensive positioning for the touch on first, which ultimately was fruitless. And now you're just trying to find some footing. Here comes that Bullock. Doesn't look like it'll find any actual picks. Just a whiff.
Not sure where the Bola went. I think it may be trying to take out the people that's kind of in that side corridor. A great boot from Wi-Fi. So Pinecone, almost everything from that engaged nullified, but still able to get walkability with the end of that nano boost. As Maron Mallows, not a lot of healing to be found, only the Lucio as the gets slept, able to get the wall up beforehand, so a little bit of protection. Pinecone gonna be stomping on Optical Crash like a Goomba, and the Transcendence from Austin just to stay alive.
That might have been a little bit over our commitment there.
I mean, yeah,
you have to get out. Just get out. What are you doing? What are you doing? You have to get out. Wait a minute. Austin's dead.
Wait, no, let him cook. Primal gets the kill on one support. The rest of the team's slowly coming back. Wi-Fi with the beat. Walkability goes down to Pinecone though, so maybe a little bit of a Winston engaged. Okay. Star Potato does get picked off. So all the momentum's fully stopped for Spud Clusters. Agua boxed out by Inhagen. And off the back of that Primal Rage, Maron Mallows, they hold on.
It proved me wrong. I mean, my biggest concern is how much time you have to hold third. You really just and you had to give that up. And if they decisively lose a fight here, they should still give it up. But now with 1 minute left, you still have the dogs, you still have that Kitsune Rush against what is a Deadeye, and maybe this Nano Boost. You're trying to really get an engagement before this Nano can come online. And getting the pick on Agua is a fantastic way to make that happen!
Yeah, no nano boost, no engage really for Spud Clusters to happen.
Well, this is an OT push.
Yeah.
This is an OT push because they will not get nano until they're in the middle of this fight, so you don't get the great setup for the Winston quite yet. And I mean, actually, there's enough healing. Maybe you could get it with the ticks, but it still is just going to be a lot of poking and prodding. It's still just enough time to get this overclock on for an optical crash, which can just cleave through the things that our Spud Clusters are trying to set up.
But they do it. But you still have to be careful. Star Potato close to
Absolutely, you cannot get comfortable here, either team.
Star Potato close to the pulse bomb. Altair with the high noon.
Aqua dies without using the nano.
No, dying with nano is probably going to be the death sentence. And
nobody can touch. And nobody can touch because they're too. Oh no! Because not Bochi. Excuse me. Star Potato was the one that was supposed to touch, and got picked off.
But
that's just so brutal.
Oh, guys, the point.
That's just tough.
I almost want to watch that again. I almost want to see a replay of what happened. I think, Agua going down early, not great, but like, I think a lot of people still had the tools to touch. Altair was standing on the high ground as Cass, and maybe it wasn't communicated. Star Potato.
Altair was rotating to the right side as it was happening. It already committed roll away from the point to try to get set up.
But but he was still he was within walking distance of the point, regardless.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think the big thing is
the fourth wall a little bit, right? Like I just watched it on like the Twitch stream because it is on a bit of a delay. Just gonna break the fourth wall a little bit, but I think if you Altair had the opportunity to touch, sure. Star Potato did get picked off. Probably trying to go for the touch, probably saying, "Oh, Tracer touch, gonna be the one to touch." But they were all kind of boxed in that side room. Altair almost had free reign of the area behind the cart.
Yeah,
which
I don't disagree.
Really
that Altair
puts
probably should have been playing
him at the best position to go to the cart. He was within walking distance of the cart, very close. No cooldowns necessary. Could have just touched. But maybe it's a little bit of a miscommunication. Can't really fault him all too much. He was the ringer after all. So with that, Maron and Mallows slot themselves into 5th place. Gonna cement themselves as the gatekeepers of mid. Spud Cluster's gonna go down to 7th. So overall, not anything drastically changing in the standings yet. Again, it is only the first match of the week for this group. So.
But I think it's also still possible, and this is really important to keep in mind. Spud Clusters still look like a good team. They're able to take games off of good opponents. I believe they were the ones to play Whoop Troop. Yes, they won against Whoop Troop. They're 2-1. I think we'll be actually seeing them later tonight, so that'll be a good game, hopefully. But no, excuse me, we will be seeing them tomorrow. That's when we'll be seeing them. But yeah, you've gotten a win against a good team, so it's not like this. Even though this particular loss is hard, you are playing with a ringer. It's just a tough game. You have to take that on the chin. You still have another game against Polaris. If you can kind of punch above your weight one more time, you can snag that and take the two teams that were below this kind of matchup before this match started of Camp Halfburger and Zephyr, and still finish out the season 4-3. They're still in a great position despite this loss. They do have to kind of bring it back together, though. Maron Mallows, of course, in a great position at 2-2, still have some parts of their soft schedule to go. They look to be really good for the rest of the season.
Yeah. So, again, framing things still looking pretty up for both teams. Not all over yet. And again, Spud Cluster's not at their full strength. So sometimes it is what it is. We are only halfway through the day, though. Want to take a quick look at what we got going on for the rest of the day. Corrupted Guise versus Smoke Wolves coming up right after we finish yapping on this broadcast. Reprieve versus Bluff Creek Big Mode over there on the B stream. And then Requiem versus Daybreak to round out the A stream, and Polaris versus Zephyr over there on the B stream. So a lot of... and we mentioned Polaris earlier, so, another Aspen match over there on the B stream to end off the day. So a lot of lot of games, still four more games to go in today, but we won't be there for all of it. We got some fun new casters for you guys coming up after this, but I think if for both these teams, honestly, a great match. Hold your head up high, especially for your Spud clusters. Just look forward and just keep thinking towards the next weeks, because hey, you had a ringer, things you're not looking like your strongest, but surely that means you can come back and recover. So
yeah, it's a missed opportunity, but you still have plenty of opportunities left, and you still, based on the games you've played already, you've put yourself in a strong position to still be competitive for the rest of this season. Just have to try to have the rest of your team be there and be ready to go and lock in for the rest of this season. It will come down to the wire ultimately of just trying to be able to stay competitive and make sure you're still in the playoff hunt.
Yeah. So, how is the playoff structure for A-League?
As I understand it, I think for A-League and B-League, because there's two divisions, you are not guaranteed to make additive pools. Out of these divisions, I want to say probably the bottom two get dropped at a minimum. But I don't know that for sure. I think for C League, I think everybody might get out of there into a bracket, but
regardless,
they don't know either. We're great option, wonderful. All right,
place yourself high
into the night.
Yep, place yourself high. Always just a solid bet if you're looking to keep moving forward, go into those playoffs. And yeah, I mean, there's not much more to say other than looking forward to really the next match. But
yeah, and the rest of the weekend, there's a lot of games still to be played. As we're going through now our midpoint of the season, just trying to and then taking stock of where teams stand, because while their trajectories sometimes are different, we see Spud clusters who their record is bad, but their trajectory is good because of the strength of schedule they've had to deal with this entire time. They still have 2 soft games and 1 game that still is definitely winnable for them. So that's an example where not every storyline is going to be cleared as you look at the standings, but the standings after this week will be very helpful to determine where teams are headed going into the last half of the schedule.
Yeah, so that's enough about it. That's enough from us. That's enough yapping from us. I think let's start rolling in the next match. Corrupted Guise versus Smoke Wolves, casted by Jace and Moon. So we will be parting ways, saying our goodbyes. That should be a banger match. I think it is first against second or first against third.
So yes, that's gonna be a good game.
Heavy hitting match coming up on the other side of this break. You're not going to want to miss it. Grab a drink, grab a snack, and settle down. We'll catch you on the flip side.
When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace abounds, it knows no end. It covers me and is my defense. When I am weak, you're strong for me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can comfort me. Your grace extends and offers light that never ends, and I don't know why. When I am lost, you're there with me. Your grace alone can set me free. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can comfort me. Your grace alone is good enough. Without your grace, there is no love. Wherever I go, you go with me. Your grace alone can rescue me. Your grace alone can save me. Save me.
어디서부터 전할 수 있을까? 벌어진 틈새를 채울 순 있을까? I don't know what to do. We've already spent too much time. 우린 이미 너무 먼 길을 너에게로부터 가장 먼저 내 마음이 또다시 철없이 널 향하지 않게 Far away Far away 한참을 헤매고 찾아왔던 네가 그렇게 반가울 수 있었을까? I don't know what to do. I can't wait for you anymore. 이제 내게 넌 인사를 건네줄게. 너에게로부터 가장 먼저 내 마음이 또다시
Hello. Sorry, my camera actually looks a bit buggy, but welcome back to BPL Season 7. You're here with Jace, all the way in Manchester, Moon all the way down south. You've got two Brits. Why? They just couldn't find anyone else. Everyone else has mysteriously gone missing. We have nothing to do with it. But more importantly, we've got some excellent Overwatch here for you. Corrupted Guise, Smoke Wolves, two of the top teams in the Ash group. If I'm wrong, don't kill me. As I said, I'm Jace, I'm your play-by-play. Moon, let's just get right into it. Like, how are you feeling? And I guess take us away with the pre-show special.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for this one. This will definitely be a very, very big decider for this group in particular. I think Corrupted Guise obviously sitting at 3-0 in their group, Smoke Wolves at 2-1. And I think this will definitely be Smoke Wolves' biggest test so far in this group. I mean, obviously they played Chungus, Fungus and sealed the deal so far. And just coming off of a loss to Camp Halfcourt, who went 0-2 in Super Week. But I think this will definitely be a really good test for both league teams. I mean, as you can see, obviously we're coming off the back of some great games, both off Lich team and the Beast team. Mothmania did just 2-0 Blind Music Society on BPL 2. And we have Reprieve versus Bluff Creek Big Mode coming up on that team as well. But obviously on the back of Lich team, we just saw Maron Mallows 2-0 Spud clusters, which will definitely impact standings in the other A-League group here. And obviously earlier in the stream we did see Terrapin with 2-0 Cernunnos as well. So yeah. I mean, definitely had some good Overwatch so far. And I mean, after this we will be looking at Requiem versus Daybreak, which will be a very interesting match in B-League, I think. And over on BPL 2 we will have Polaris versus Zephyr, which will be another interesting match for the standings in the Aspen group. Zephyr obviously looking to get themselves their first win of the season in that match.
And it's going to be a difficult one. Polaris are on quite the hot form right now. I think it's interesting to point out, when we look at these groups, that the games this week in particular look at Campfire, Chungus and Camp Halfcourt, because I think fundamentally falling to 1-3 is not something that you want to do. Of course, yes, 5-head Jace, just don't lose your regular season games. But if you look at particularly the scope of this group, Grin Reapers and Once More being at 2-1 is what I would call a surprise. So for Camp Halfcourt, Chungus, Fungus and Campfire Song, I just think falling to 1-3, I can't quite verbalize it without going into like an Iago style soliloquy monologue that will take up at least 15 minutes. We don't have that much time. But I think falling to 1-3 at this stage is just, it sets you, it's not good. It's like almost disaster territory. I mean, I don't know how you feel about that statement. It might be a bit overreactionary.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I believe only our bottom team of the group will be getting cut out. So, I mean, 1-3, true. I mean, admittedly, probably not the worst pick to be coming out of the end of the week. Obviously, seal the deal are at 0-3. So, I mean, most teams will be safe, and I think a lot of these teams might already have the head-to-head win over seal the deal, which will put them ahead in tiebreaker standings. So, I mean, I think 1-3, not the end of the world for these teams. But it will definitely, we'll definitely have to see how Seal the Deal do in the later half of our season here, just to, see how the standings take up. But yeah, we're going to be looking into rosters now. Corrupted Guise, this is, I think, one of the strongest rosters we have in A-League currently.
Surprising.
Yeah, I think the DPS line of Dialects and Crybaby are very strong. The back line of Bing Dong and Nactara is also very, very solid. I mean, Krabby and Gavin rounding out the tank line with Poyo as the substitute DPS there. And I mean, quite a well-rounded roster, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. And myself included by this, Nactara just gets repeatedly thrown up late in these drafts and always does well. Like, teams need flex supports, and Nactara is in the pool, and people just go for other flex supports that have consistently underperformed Nactara. As in, let me flip it and be positive. Let me use the right phrasing. Nactara has consistently over and outperformed other flex supports that are getting put up before them. And it's not like they're baiting picks for Nact. Nact is an incredible flex support player. They are a backbone of this team. I can almost guarantee it. Krabby brings quite good veteran leadership as well. Clearly their DPS line is cracked. I think a lot of people are big on Dilax from what I have heard. The streets are telling me Moon. But yeah, I'm looking at this team and I'm like, man, this is just another team that Nactara is completely like piss-fisting on. And people are just like, going to continue to look at this guy under the radar. I really do think Nac can carry up and should be in some form of, conversations, to use the buzzword. Let's look at Smoke Wolves on the flip side, though.
Yeah, I mean, Dabmacht and Holland Pie are definitely the ones we're going to be looking out for in this match. I mean, very well-known people in the BPL community, I think. Been in quite a few events now, and I think they're sort of the main core of Lichtwachter. Obviously, I think the backline of Full Licht Beancan and Destiny isn't to be looked over as well. Definitely a very solid backline to support that core, and then Static Dream and Fimi for your tank here. Static, quite a flexible player, I think. Known for their venture play on DPS, I believe, but will be playing tank for Lichtwachter. And then also Fimi, typically a B League player, but in the 16-team A League, they have gone up to A League here, and we'll have to see how they perform. I think obviously Lichtwachter at 2-1, so probably not been performing the worst, but I think there's definitely some good room for them to play here. And we will be starting in Esperanza, your home turf here. What are you looking for, Esperanza? We're looking for on Esperanza here.
So Esp is like, I think bans will often very much dictate what you play, of course. Like, again, 5-head Jace analysis, thank you for that. But Freya getting taken away is almost a respect ban, because Smoke Wolves have Shoreline Pie, who has been just playing Freya like pretty much non-stop, I think, since release. So they clearly want to probably divert them towards Sojourn. I imagine, of course, that is the Shoreline Pie Classic. And of taking away Brig from Corrupted Guise, I think means that they're going to look to play some form of dive comps. We know that Krabby tends to veer towards the Diva, the Sigma, etc. I'm sure they've picked up Hazard just fine. But yeah, as we load into Esperanza, the beautiful northern hills of Bordeaux, I am looking forward to just some of the spicier picks. Like, you know how I feel about like the default Lucio, Kiri, Soj, Genji. So I'm just looking to see something different. In particular, just this tank matchup. I think these are two of the better tanks in the pool, and I'm interested to see what they can do, what they can get away with on our first push map.
Yeah, I mean, we see that Brig ban coming out, so obviously Lucio Kiri will be played here, unfortunately for you. But Hazard being favoured, Corrupted Guise and Spawn, and Diva, I think my thoughts on Hazard will not leave this cast, or be said on this cast, but I mean, Tracer Genji for Corrupted Guise, and then Kakari for Holland Pie instead of the Surgeon that you said, and Tracer of Dabmacht. I mean, Static Dream, just taking the left side control early, taking lane control, and we'll have to see how Corrupted Guise shoots answer.
Yeah, I want the POV on the Space Cowboy here, because Shoreline Pie might just be about to get completely run down like he would outside of Tesco's in Peckham, because Krabby Atom is definitely looking for them as the target. Of course you have roll, but once that roll is gone, like, what are you going to do? Corrupted Guise continue to just sort of chill. They don't rush anything, which is almost like sign one that you are a competent human team. There is no necessity or looking for triggers, high cooldown targets. The wall goes on, again it misses, so they don't engage. That means that Static Dream can try and go for a hit on the front line. It doesn't work. But Krabby Atom is getting low on that right click. Shoreline Pie again finds the angle, and this time I think it's actually the indecisiveness of Corrupted Guise. They just couldn't find an opportunity to go in, and Smoke Wolves, with the poke advantage of the Cassidy, looked to capitalize. Maybe it was a mistake. Like, you're looking to play an extended neutral, but you've got Tracer Genji, and like, it's just not as good.
Yeah, and I mean, Smoke will win that fight, you know, cleaner than a Roadman stream after a trip to Bossman. But we have a high noon come out here for Holland Pie, which will be a great ult to Yugal in this fight to maybe take the face down after closing on the pulse bomb as well. And I mean, support of Corrupted Guise nowhere near, so here you go, the high noon does come out.
Yeah, Shoreline Pie just absolutely gunning, by the way, full American aggression, and the Peacekeeper is anything but calm. As Corrupted Guise are just falling one by one. They are a myth. So far, they have not shown up. But that wolf, yeah, it's howling. Alexa, play Maroon 5 by Animals. I got it wrong. I got it wrong. It's Animals by Maroon 5.
Unfortunately, you did get it wrong. But
there goes my clip. Never mind.
Another clean fight for Smoke Wolves. I mean, they only use the high noon, and now, you know, you have the pulse bomb coming up for both sides. I mean, this will definitely be something to watch to see if, you know, we can get a 60 either side, a Bing Dong, and definitely both use the Kikuna here.
Yeah. Corrupted, I just feel like they need a foot, they need a hold on the rock, because currently it's slipping and it's falling. Nactara goes down on the Lucio, of all things. That's almost a a Noctara jump scare. Smoke Wolves, man, like, they just mirror the ults, and then they have Diva Bomb on top of it. Corrupted guys, man, they just can't get going. I feel like they're falling over to this hard aggression from Shoreline Pie on the Cassidy. Like, he's just running at them.
Yeah, and I mean, look at now, a third fight win in a row for Smoke Wolf, and they got 90 meters on the board now. I mean, you only hope now that you can get a big downpour on the side of Krabby Atom, but I mean, Beancan does have the speed to counter that, and Shoreline Pie is coming up on a second high noon already. I think that's definitely what we're going to be wanting to watch here, Jake. As Shoreline Pie does just blow, and the downpour comes out.
Comes in, nice from Beancan. That Lucio probably still is not long for this world as Dilax cleans them up. But if you Corrupted guys, like, you get the beat and you trade one ult for, I think, two. You don't even need to. When you're this far ahead in a fight like this, it's effectively a free fight win for Smoke Wolves. Like, this loss doesn't really mean much. And actually, Dilax gets the exit pick. Destiny is on the spawn camp. This is no healing for Static Dream. So can they demech the Diva late into this fight? There is still sort of a tussle, a kerfuffle going on here around the objective. Bob seeing a lot of the action. Push Bot seeing a lot of the action. Dilax overplayed without cooldown, so Shoreline Pie again just puts one in the dome. Has been on that aim grind recently and continues to keep it up. Yeah, look, it's just an extended neutral again in which Shoreline Pie has allowed multiple rotations of the Peacekeeper, and he makes Corrupted pay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Corrupted guys do it ultimately win the fight at the about the 100 meter mark, but then Smoke Wolf just win it cleanly again. Shoreline Pie comes out here. I mean, Krabby Atom just manages to move behind the push spot in time, but clearly is forced and going to for Destiny here. 1 HP.
Ooh, Noctara is a little bit in no man's land. They are on the boat with the crew. Say hi to Riku for me. You are out in the ocean with nowhere to go. Static Dream cleans them up, and Smoke Wolves, I didn't think they necessarily needed to win this fight, but as the team kill bell rings, they are already 130 meters, not even 5 minutes left. We say the map starts at 3 minutes. Push is a mode that starts at 3 minutes, but we might not even get there. No, we even don't. There's no push. Smoke Wolves. The pack is Hungry Moon, and that's 1-0 for them already. Corrupted Guise. Guys, type in chat. When did Corrupted Guise play?
Yeah, and I mean, look at a very dominant switch coming up from Smoke Wolf here. You know, Shoreline Pie, you said it, leading the charge on the Kakari. And I mean, wow, I mean, I think if you're Corrupted guys here, you're definitely going to want to try and, you know, settle into some more familiarity. I think Noctara definitely didn't have the best showing on that Lucio, and I mean, obviously they aren't a main support by trade. So I mean, I think you in to the next map, you're maybe going to want to look to maybe try and favour a double flex support comp. I mean, obviously, I don't know if you saw, but Noctara did swap over to the Ana into that last fight there, but obviously to no avail. But I think if you're Corrupted guy, you definitely need to try and settle into more comfort. And I mean, we have to be clear the substitute affect that. I mean, obviously, I imagine you might be seeing Crybaby come in now. Obviously, that Freya was banned on map 1, and Crybaby, from what I've heard themselves, are a very dominant Freya player. And I mean, that might time the series here, but I mean, obviously, Smoke Wolf going to have to make substitutions themselves. And I mean, these substitutions are probably going to change the way the series goes.
Yeah.
And,
I mean, your options for Smoke Wolf subs, because I think they're the ones that you look at now when you take the 1-0 lead in the series. For me, if they're available, they will come in, and they're either on DPS, which means May, I believe, or they're on tank, which probably means like Diva. And Static was very, very good. Map 1, it just felt like he was completely he just ignored Krabby Atom in that aspect, just kind of ran it down, but in a positive way, just completely hitting the pincers. And Corrupted guys, they don't want any Diva shenanigans, they want to get rid of it.
Yeah, I mean, really, Route 66 map is definitely going to favour Corrupted guys here. I think they are going to get to play this double face support comp, they're going to want to play. As I said, Crybaby going to be able to come back in.
Isn't Diva ban just good for a double flex support comp? Okay, well, there goes one of your flex supports.
I mean, you can still play double flex support here. I mean, something like
I assume so.
Bapalari is definitely something you can pull out here. The Bapren always an option as well. But the Diva is a very good hero for the double flex comp, I think. But I mean, if Krabby or Gavin don't want to play it, then it's you know, something. Yeah, only sub so Gavin will be coming in for Krabby on this map, but no other subs. So Gavin coming in. Certified Bangers player last season. They were swiftly eliminated from the regular season after their team, I believe, went maybe 1-5 was it? But known for their Reinhardt play. Route 66
certified banners, yeah.
definitely isn't a map that favors the Reinhardt character, unfortunately.
No.
But we'll have to see what they come out here. You could clear Winston look now that the Diva's banned, and that might be what they are trying to favor here. But I mean, if there's no Crybaby coming in for Cut the Guise, then I mean Poyo's gonna have to stay in, and Poyo, not a bad player by any means, but Crybaby is definitely a standout player on the Cut the Guise roster, and I mean, there you go. Juno Break being hovered for Cut the Guise here. Luxara, I think, a bit more comfortable on the Brig character than the Lucio character. So I mean, we'll have to see how they do, and we can see Smoke Wolf here. Just sort of mirroring the tank line.
Is Gavin eligible on support? Because last time I checked, Gavin is equally. Last time I saw Gavin, to be fair, and it was with certified banners. They were eligible to play support, and for me, Gavin, when I've seen him, has looked fantastic on main support. So that's not something I've fully researched or looked into. But surely, if you could have played Gavin main support map 1, rather than having Nactara on Lucio, but clearly Corrupted are 3-0, so whatever they've been doing, it's been working, and why would you change a winning formula? Absolutely. And Smoke Wolf, again, just going to take court. Shoreline just continue to play this Cassidy, clearly looking that you can get insane poke value. Not sure how it's going to fare into the Freya. Of course, being the projectile character means that you don't have to peek for as long as you do on the Cassidy. You get high ground advantage again. Big Girls just historically so good at enabling these quote-unquote Thanos server admin, you know, control alt delete kind of characters. Dab on the Genji though. This is a rare sight, shall we see, not one that I think I've seen him play too much. But Shoreline, it's just again a swing. Gavin, I think, just looking for a target, looking for a hit, and all the while they're getting absolutely peppered by the Peacekeeper. I feel like there's a rumor going around that we shouldn't shoot the Hazard. No, shoot him, guys. Once that resource is gone, once that right click is gone, that guy is dead on my screen.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin basically just disappeared instantly in that fight, and then over to the Winston. Nactara and Michal onto the Kiriko, and look at that double flake support option that was looking to work. I think, you know, if your second support can't play the break, the Kiri is a very viable option. I mean, Gavin just goes really deep, really low. I mean, why? And he just dies.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Gavin, me on Winston there, I think just tried to overforce a little bit too hard. Looked for the bubble and Corrupted Guys, they just get that first. Sorry, Smoke Wolf, just get that first easy target. There's no Diva to DM you anymore. It isn't Overwatch 1. And once that armor goes again, you're just completely squishy. Smoke Wolves right now, I just think they're being allowed to play almost reactive Overwatch. They're continuing extended neutral. They've got so much power with this Peacekeeper. The man, Corrupted Guys, just can't get out of first gear today. High Noon in. From Shoreline Pie. Will it get anyone? No, it will not. But Dab finds Gavin on the off angle, and again, it's worth Corrupted Guys. There we go. That might be their first kill of this map. Nice stick as well from Delights. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to convert. Static peaks, very low HP, gets bursted back up thanks to the Juno. That sustain over time. Really, really good. It's going to be building up towards that all-important orbital ray as well. It's a give and a take relationship. Symbiosis, I believe, is the term, but both of them benefit. Static gets to stay alive for longer, and Beancan gets that ultimate to use later in this fight. And it is later into this fight. The downpour comes in. Has it been raining? Let's see, it is, and it pours down all over onto Bing. They are completely smothered by that Hazard ultimate and swiftly executed as Dab pulls a blade just for good measure. Smoke Wolves, this cart has not stopped moving, Moon. Is Moon dead? Okay, Moon died. I think I think he might have been hit. Yeah, there's currently a weather warning going on in Moon's area, and a GG, I guess. Well, looks like I'm on the solo cast chat, so you're just with me. Nice kill from Delights though. So if you're Corrupted here, it's just about stopping the payload. You have access to the high ground now, you have access to the choke. Gavin honestly doesn't need to overplay too much. You can just hold space. And into a comp like Smoke Wolves, holding space is just what you want to do. Holding space is good. Bing, Nactara have both their ultimates. It's going to be great for engage. Winston is great at smothering Genji. Primal Rage allows you to go deep and live, as which they do. But they go deep too much. Shoreline doesn't even need to look at the Winston and puts their targets onto that Tracer. Doesn't even need to be a flashbang these days. You can just put one in the dome, and they go down. Destiny with the rally might be an answer into this fight, but as Shoreline dies, it's a double support ult coming in from Corrupted Guys. Cruise.mp3, lads, we've overlaid our support ults. should be alright though. Corrupted guys, time is really of the essence. They are bone dry on ults now though. However, is this enough to steady the ship? Can we stabilize?
Yeah, I mean, I am back now after suddenly dying. I mean,
Gavin also just suddenly died here, by the way. So you know, it's an oceanic phenomenon. It's a transatlantic phenomenon. Dilax pops Destiny though. This fight is going on to continue. Again, Smoke Wolves have been so good at just constantly moving this car. Every neutral, every burden, every disadvantage, they have learned to manage. And Shoreline Pie does in fact have a gun to brandish. If you're a Hamilton fan, you'll get it. If not, understandable. But so far, the story of this map has just been Gavin, I think, getting really poked out. They put intense pressure onto this Winston. And there we go. Once he jumps away, Static jumps in. And they get the follow-up. They don't get the Winston, but they clean up the supports behind him. That was another blade, by the way. Really quick charge time. Just from right-clicking this monkey. Yeah, rest in peace, Harambe. Smoke Wolves continue the pressure.
yeah, and I mean, this is just another dominant fight for Smoke Wolves here. And if I'm corrupted guys, I'm just wondering, how do we get back into this match? I mean, Poyo, I mean, does go for the bowler cop there to just try and get a pick, and I mean, corrupted guys probably are just going to stagger out onto this point here. Gavin is on this ball here just to try and stall out as much as possible to try and allow for Requiem to come through, and I mean, Noctara just come through on that Kiriko, but Bean can just, you know, bring out the orbital ray. Like, I found the hammer onto Gavin and Dialect dive to the high noon, and I mean, everyone in corrupted guys dead. No one to tell their story but us. And I mean, this is just another tragic round for corrupted guys, I fear.
Yeah, it's nobody's left at the scene, I think, from Smoke Wolves. They clean them all up. And now it's clear, and we have to almost address the elephant in the room that definitely corrupted guys have roster issues because they've not put in their full roster, right? Like their main support and I believe their other DPS are missing. I believe so. Not able to play today. We've only seen 6 members of corrupted guys as opposed to the usual 7. So they are missing someone for sure. I believe it's either their main hitstand player or their flex support.
I believe.
Yes, it's their main hitstand, right?
Yeah.
You're missing your main hitstand that you scrim with all the time on escort. Like, I understand why corrupted guys are struggling. I think we have to be fair to them a little bit. But more so, Smoke Wolves just aren't taking any chances, by the way. Like the pack has smelt blood and they have gone for it, you know? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, Dabmaster is going to be on this Widow here, which is an interesting pick. I mean, corrupted guys, but I looked at this guy and they're gung high on this one. And see if Dabmaster can get a pick off spawn here. Be interesting to see if they can. Gavin is on this Reinhardt notably though. This is what I was talking about in the
we're on Reinhardt heat.
We might be in 2020 baby first team here, but it will be interesting to see if corrupted guys can pull this off.
Are we baby's first team or are we just the London Spitfire with Hardy? Like, thoughts? Let's find out. Dabmaster gets the pick. Shield goes down for just a second and Dab finds the off angle. Unfortunately, it is a one-way shield, so once you flip it, yeah, boom. Dilax, though, back to contest that high round, because, yeah, damn for sure, Davin ain't doing it. But now without the sim, he can't TP anywhere. So he's just stuck holding cart. And whilst he's stuck holding cart, Static is also stuck anchoring the cart next to him. And guess what? We can shoot Static, but we have to peek to shoot Static. Whereas we can just burn Gavin's shield for free. And by we, I mean Smoke Wolves. Not biased, just how I'm telling it from the perspective. Dabmaster should just die. There we go. That is, I believe, what Riku calls jaywalking. And they have been swiftly dealt with. Shoreline Pie, though, finds 1, finds 2. Found the angle, and it's Gavin that dies last. We ignore the Reinhardt. By we again, I mean Smoke Wolves. They just ignore the Reinhardt moon and kill everyone else, right?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Reddit, the character's not that good currently. And they did get a good TP in the beginning of that fight and did pick off Dabmaster, but unfortunately they just took too long to kill Dabmaster. I mean, Gavin just tries to find a pin onto the backline here, and I mean...
Dive Reinhardt.
Oh yeah, just dies again. Like, this is looking tragic for corrupted guys so far. They're trying anything they can, but Flying Pie does have this high noon now. Gavin does find 2 here. Being can't trade it.
It's a positive trade. Unfortunately, you're sort of playing Symmetra that sort of soft enables the Reinhardt. which means that they're naturally just going to struggle on Escort because who in their insane brain is playing Symmetra in big 2025, particularly on Escort. But luckily, Gavin managed to actually find the charge angle to force two of Smoke Wolves into melee range. I think Shoreline Pie is just unaware that there's a Reinhardt, and now you're on the objective, you've got window on high ground. Gavin can just swing that Transformer hammer. Is it Optimus Prime the skin? Yeah, I think so. Just swing the hammer of Optimus and dish out some good mecha justice. You've got Gavin on an objective, you've got on the objective, and ladies and gentlemen, it is Reaper Friday.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite character might be the Reaper guy, but Corrupted Guise do cap that first point there, and I mean, they do have a good ult bank currently, but Smoke Wolves themselves do have a good ult bank themselves, and I say that the downpour comes out, hits one, I think, kills the lamp, but...
Ooh, we shattered our demons. We shattered our demons, and that TP is going to get them swiftly away. The fight's already done. Yeah, Smoke Wolves, just really nice downpour from Static Dream. Very impressed with what I've seen from them so far.
Might be slamming the certified bangers playoff run with that one. But I mean, one fight
so
run
mean.
for Smoke Wolves here, and I mean, Corrupted Guys do have themselves two ults to respond, but Gavin go on to the Orica here. A much stronger character than the Reinhardt character, some would say.
I'll be honest, Corrupted Guys just killed Dab, because I don't think he's quote-unquote aura farming, as the kids say. I think he's using it to third-person peek. But it looks like he's aura farming, and for that, I just want to see him die. Any truers? Nonetheless, Beat comes out on top to keep them so healthy, and Shoreline Pie is actually the first one to get rid of. So long, Space Cowboy. No Reaper, no Wraith, no Lutch, no Trouble, no NB18 left in the playoffs for Dab Master. He's going to rip the Death Blossom though in revenge.
Fine, two with the spinning, the ultimate move. But...
And he sends them down. Goodbye. Nice ult from Dab though. Did he get the soul perk?
Yeah, I think he might have. I think Dab might not be taking this very seriously currently, as Smoke Wolves are just having a very dominant hold here, just holding right at the gate. And I mean, they don't have the blade to try and break it open. And I mean, no ult from Smoke Wolves try to counter it. But I mean, Static Dream does fall here early. Like Tara is onto the Solari character as well. And I mean, Gavin just dies.
Ran at by the Juno Reaper, right? So much frontline pressure with Static. Actually, never mind, not with Static, just Static died, but so much frontline pressure going in. And the trade in this scenario, look, like Dab is just on top. They can't clear him off, which gives angles for Shoreline as well. These two working very well in a nice 1-2 punch. We can just see how aggressive this hold is from Smoke Wolves, right? Like, they're not letting them, they're not even giving them an inch. Oh, cool tech from Static as well, look. Look how high Static is because of the mantle type.
Oh yeah, Static just...
That's dope, actually.
Has a kit to try and, you know, stay in a good position there. Shoreline Pie does get forked off the high ground early. Bing Dong does pull the window early to try and take some space here from the guy, and Dialect does end up the blade here.
Shoreline caught looking both ways, and unfortunately, the only way is up as Delac swings it down to cut through that Cassidy. And now it's a 5v4, and Corrupted Guys convert. They might be able to push the Hazard Charger off the map, but I don't know if you've read the kit. It's going to be nigh on impossible. Dab Master falls to the range of the Alari, and the Sunchild is here, looking for revenge, looking to just empower them. They're on Bapalari now. Bapalari Rissa, it's giving Corrupted Guys so much more of a neutral, so much more poke, and that's what you need into this composition of Smoke Wolves. But Destiny has decided to roll back the years with this rally, looking to empower themselves and be the main tank in Static's replace. Can they buy time? No, they can't. Beam comes down from Beam Can as Nax swings it on the corner. Does it get anyone? I think it gets one or two alike, but unfortunately the Sun does not manage to convert. Of course, deadly enemy of Overwatch players is the Sun. Not really a big fan of that vitamin D, very much inside and nocturnal creatures. But as the dust settles, Corrupted Guys, they keep the mythos alive. They're still going.
Yeah, and I mean, this was a fight that definitely looked like it was favoring Smoke Wolves for a while, and I mean, Corrupted Guys are going to be able to get this point to the near capture point, but I mean, you see Static Dream here in the bottom there, just looking like he's going to try and get a touch, but they don't. They just give it up, and I mean, Smoke Wolves obviously are going to have a bigger time rank here regardless, but I mean, you do have the downpour here, the Death Blossom coming up on the Death Blossom as well, and I mean, all Static Dream just get pushed in there. Not lucky live, but Dab Master comes out with the Death Blossom, finds two, finds a fourth in the fight as well.
Yeah, excellent use of excellent use of attention being diverted there, by the way, real quick. Like, they use all their cooldowns on Static, right? And Dab just layers on top of the head to almost peel his main tank. Now he gets speared, 38 HP, luckily can get healed in Wraith form. No life healing this time, and it's the rain that comes in. It's massive, great angle from Static, coming over the top, almost catching a lob from Dabmaster in the previous fight. Goes to the rim and just dunking all over Corrupted Guise, looking like Siakam in the playoffs on game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Dabmaster, you know, he just comes in from the side there off of that downpour, and you can it's two big guns to clean up the downpour. And I mean, this is slowly dwindling away for Corrupted Guise. I mean, 30 seconds on the clock, you've got 2 options in the fight, but I mean, Destiny has a rally for themselves to play defensive with all pressure. Blade, Terrapin combo does come out. I mean, no initial value is found yet.
Yeah. Run from it, Destiny arrives all the same, and it looks like it's a fateful end for Deluxe in this fight again at the hands of Shoreline Pie. So many final blows for the Cassidy. Big money was spent to bring him to Smoke Wolves. You can absolutely see why, but Poyo mirrors the Cassidy and gets the best of him in this fight. But look at this position from Static Dream, by the way. All of his right-click cooldown and wall and jump and dash. Nax gets the trade, and Poyo! How does Poyo kill 2 with the flatband right-click? Dab, luckily though, I think just seals the deal. No RMN. Smoke Wolves. Quick 2-0. That was a speed run.
Yeah, I mean, Smoke Wolves just absolutely dominating Corrupted Guise here, you know. Picked a place to die where it's high and dry, and I mean, just absolutely fell over, and they better pray that Hello Heaven lets them in soon, because they're going to need it. But Corrupted Guise moved to 3-1 after that match. Smoke Wolves mirroring their standings now, and I mean, all of a sudden, this group's taking up to be very close.
Yeah. I do think coming in, admittedly, that like Corrupted Guise 3-0, obviously they look good, and I think today they're just like not ready to play, which honestly happens in BPL. Like you get 1 game a week if you can't get scrims going, etc. But you've always got to focus on the team that does show up already, that does show up down to, not down to clown, quite literally there for business. And Smoke Wolves, you know, they turned up pre-game in the suits, the suit and ties, suited and booted. And they got to work, and they clocked in, and now they've clocked out. Smoke Wolves take a terrific 2-0, and they just look very, very strong. Corrupted Guise don't have an answer for anything that they're doing, and that catapults them to the top of the group, at least until Grin Reaper or once more take the stage.
Yeah, and I mean, Grin Reapers will be playing Campfire Hong Kong here this week. Once more themselves will be playing.
Should be a banger.
So I mean, there is a potential here for this group to move to 3-1, 3-1, 1-3, 1-3, or we can see the
2-2-2-2. Yeah.
You can see the middle of the group get a lot more interesting as well, with that middle pack just moving to 2-2 each, and then obviously we'll have to see how Seal the Deal do this week as well. Obviously not having the brightest start themselves, but they play Camp Half Cup, who didn't have the best start themselves either. But yeah, definitely an interesting series. And I mean, do you have an MVP here, Jace?
DPS players get it a lot because of their constant presence in the kill feed. The most important player for Smoke Wolves I actually think is Shoreline Pie, so I'd be happy to give it. But I also think Static was like fantastic. So either Static or Shoreline for me. I don't mind. I think both of them were fantastic. I mean, all of Smoke Wolves are really good today, but in particular, clearly what those two were doing and able to do in the 1-2 punch is just so core to what ultimately took down Corrupted Guise. And, you know, the little, you know, weird-looking elk moose thing just did not have an answer for a bullet in its skull, you know? That's true American patriotism there. Just kill it with fire and brimstone and a bullet to the skull. Like a bullet from a gun it hurts, to quote famous author and poet of our time, Skepta. Yeah. And as you said what? It's Grin Reaper versus Campfire Song. That one's going to be a banger. Cat Yarta versus Shondale Greg, aka Plugweed Josh. Shivers.
Yeah, I mean, obviously next up on the stream we are going to be covering Requiem versus Daybreak, which will be a very interesting match for the standing of B League, and obviously BPL 2 we will be covering Polaris versus Zephyr, which will be another interesting match for the standings of A League. I think for now we will be covering the Biertune while we wait for Lobby to get ready in Lich for the A-League match, considering we did finish very early. And I mean,
Running it over to
it'll
B-League,
be an
right?
enjoyable game to watch. I believe we have Reprieve versus Bluff Creek Big Mode, which is another team of the Teku org. It'll be a close game, I think. Reprieve, I think, definitely one of the stronger teams in that group. Bluff Creek Big Mode, definitely looking like if they can be one of those teams that are up there in that group, especially off the performances of Tally on the Hazard in particular. And be a very interesting match to watch, I think.
Yeah, well, without further ado, raise your Yetis or, I don't know, hashtag rest easy, and let's go watch some B-League. Ciao.
Going to be jumping in, not quite able to get the whip shot from Odd Eye. Does have to prop shield and fall back pretty quick. Water with the turret kills Aiden. I'm not sure what happened there.
So unfortunate. Yeah, I think Aiden was trying to destroy the Torb turret and the deflect kind of ending, and then the Torb gun was actually shooting at him as well, so you are going to fall there. And Reprieve, I mean, you can force the card as much as you want, but at some point you're going to have to take this high ground away from Bluff Creek, and with this Hazard and Brig standing up there, it's going to be a task and a half for Maze to just get up there with some HP.
Yes, she is. But yes, they are. But the turret able to find a does not able to find a pick, but it does get picked off. Excuse me. But they do have the nano online for the side of Bluff Creek. I'm curious to see how they're going to use it. If they're going to use it on to Tally or use it to save Odd Eye here. The bullet shot does come out. The nano does come out on to Tally. Bullet shot coming out for the other side as well. Luster not quite able to find anything with it. Tally does get slept by that Ana. Now, Reprieve choosing to back up a little bit, but they still have the advantage here with that Ana down. But Munching does fall to Luster, and Aiden takes out the turret yet again. Now, Reprieve, they're going to be pushing forward, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to really do anything here with your breakdown. They are looking for the pick on to the Torbjorn, but not quite able to find it. Aiden just setting up with their Torbjorn yet again, but Tally able to find the pick onto Maze. There's not much that Maze can do. They're getting cut off from his supports yet again.
Yeah, we can see Reprieve is trying to get Ma here set up in this side, but oh my gosh, the downpour comes out from Tally and just immediately shuts down this rotation, and that's kind of the risk here if that Reprieve is running, is that once you get this high ground, it's not enough to kind of just hold this high ground. It's about this continuous kind of rotation, and it feels like Bluff Creek are doing a really good job of catching Reprieve while they're trying to complete these rotations, and it's just sending Reprieve back to the spawn over and over.
Yeah, and there's just not much that Reprieve can really do here. They're not really getting the push that they need and the picks that they need onto this backline. I feel like Odd Eye and Sandy are playing really well together right now. And Tally just pulling the peel back and making sure that... Munching caught out here. Tally able to find the pick onto Munching. But the peel from Tally is good as well, but also still able to pressure their backline. And it's just unbelievable what Bluff Creek is doing to dismantle this Reprieve frontline.
Yeah, exactly. It's just the space is just not there because the Torbjorn and the Freya and the Hazard from Bluff Creek are really just shutting down any of the space that's trying to be created by Maze. But Reprieve, you've got 5 ultimates to work with very shortly here, so this is really going to be your big chances. 30 seconds on the clock. This could be your last shot at trying to pull out the early win in this match.
Yes, it is, but Aiden still has that Dragon Blade, not quite able to use it, dies early. The Primal Rage coming out, but Odd Eye popping that rally, and then Maze just gonna have to give up on the kill, electing to go back to his backline. Munching does fall to the Torb ult. I'm not sure how that happened. The nano comes out from Maze onto Maze, excuse me. The bullet shot comes out onto Maze's shield, and now Maze is just gonna be alone by themselves. Not much they can do. Foliage trying to find a pick, does find a pick on a Luster, but Sandy able to finish the kill on to Foliage, and now Bluff Creek. A great win right there from them.
Yeah, that was a very, very dominant watch point. Excellent control of the high ground from Bluff Creek, using their cooldowns to really, really shut down this engagement from Maze, which ultimately kind of meant that Foliage and Minky just weren't able to really find the value that they needed. So excellent control there from Bluff Creek to tie us all up here 1-1.
Yeah, and if you're Reprieve, you looked really strong on that second point defense, but now you're not able to cap on that on first point. You kind of have to change your game plan. You're going into another control map. That's where you won last time. You won on a symmetrical map, so maybe you can reset your mental, go into this map with a little bit of a reset mind, and play better. You're going to be able to play the little brawl comp that you played beforehand.
Yeah, and that's a good point. It's like Bluff Creek seemed like they were doing a really good job kind of in this Hazard composition, and a little bit kind of unconventional with Water playing that Torbjorn as well on watch point. So maybe Reprieve is a little bit kind of caught off guard by that. You definitely don't see it all the time. So the damage kind of just too much for the Winston to take care of, and banning out that Diva was so smart from Bluff Creek. If that's the composition that you're gonna force, yeah, you just shut down the Winston kind of over and over again. And yeah, like you said, really good control kind of for Reprieve on that second point. But yeah, Bluff Creek, they played it better on first, and ultimately that's what's going to get you the win.
Absolutely, and it really felt like Bluff Creek just had a better understanding of how to play on defense for their matchup. They felt like they really understood that when they banned out that Diva, they knew that they had to play a bit more defensively into this Winston. As you saw, typically, Tally was jumping back into his backline to force the Winston to jump back out, or if he didn't have to, if they were booped out already, if they were naded, he would have instantly go onto their backline and force them to use cooldowns, and then their Winston's stranded in no man's land with nothing that he can do.
Yeah, knowing the timing of when are you needing to kind of do the anti-dive, and when can you basically just dive the backline, and Bluff Creek were timing it really, really well. So looking good, bouncing back very quickly from that new Queen Street loss. And you touched on it already, C#, but our tiebreaker map is going to be that control map. So we will be heading over to Ilios.
Yeah, this is a map that I'm more excited to see. Of course, I hope the Munchin comes back in so he can get those boop kills.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I think this is a good map for both teams. I feel like they both want to play this more rush flavor of comp. They really don't want to play that dive. We did see that Bluff Creek is good on the dive. However, you can still play Hazard in more of a brawly style. And you can still play Hazard in... Never mind! We can't play the Hazard!
Yeah, it makes sense. Reprieve not interested in that Hazard comp. I mean, you're still going to be able to, slot another tank in and still potentially play the same composition. But yeah, that very big kind of pick on the Tally tank. But I mean, Reprieve, on the, it was Tally. They do have, Bluff Creek do have that second tank available though, so we could potentially see Donk come back in here, or I mean maybe Tally has other tanks in the hero pool as well. But this is where we see kind of like, this is where you want to have that depth of a roster, is that you can potentially just sub your other tank in and roll with just a totally different composition.
Absolutely, and I really feel like Bluff Creek, they don't mind the Hazard ban because they were able to switch in. And like you said, we saw that they wanted to play Ram on the first point, and even some Orisa, maybe even some, Hazard. They played Hazard, but who knows? Maybe they have other tanks that they're able to play, and we just hadn't seen them yet.
Yeah, exactly. And we will see the Lucio being banned out on Ilios here by Bluff Creek. It feels like a crime. Oh my goodness, the Lucio map. But yeah, that's a good point though. I mean, like, Munching was doing really, really good on that Lucio on New Queen Street. So taking the Lucio out of the map where like you have the potential to have so much impact in these fights makes a whole lot of sense. And that makes me wonder if we're going to move kind of over to maybe a Juno Brig backline. I expect that we probably will see the Juno just for kind of like that mobility. The speed ring is really useful for these control maps. But yeah, this is going to be... Interesting backline here on Ilios.
I'm very interested to see how that Reprieve play this. Considering that now that Lucio's banned, maybe you don't sub muching in and you want to play that Juno Brig backline with a team that you already have in and see how it flows.
Yeah, the Juno Brig definitely still very, very strong, has a lot of kind of sustain, and especially where the Hazard is kind of banned out, I do feel that the Brig can sometimes struggle a little bit with the Hazard. You can have your shield burnt down really, really quickly. You're pretty much just hoping that you're going to be able to hit those whip shots, so you don't have to worry about that. But we will be heading into Ilios now, and getting started off on well. Looking like Bluff Creek are going to go back over to this Ramatra composition, and we didn't have any subs coming in, so it's going to be the exact same rosters that we had on Watchpoint Gibraltar there, as we'll have Maze pulling out the Winston here. So it's kind of going to be the dive versus the rush here. We do have that break Juno backline for Bluff Creek. Water back over to the Torbjorn as well. So again, I think Maze could have a little bit of trouble here on this Winston against this Bluff Creek comp.
Absolutely, that backline is going to be really hard to dive with the Juno Brig. Foliage able to find a pick onto the turret a little bit early. Water again on this Torbjorn. I love to see it, honestly. It's great. But Tally going to be probably looking for a slow onto the Winston as they dive in. Water going on a little bit of a flank here. The Kiriko from Munching on the high ground does take the turret out. Munching playing a little bit on the flank here, trying to look for that pick. Does get hit by one of the shots by Water, but Mace diving in, trying to make something happen into the back line of Bluff Creek. Odd-Eye falling really low, maybe able to escape with their life. Munching does find the pick onto Luster in the back line though, and now Mace going to get a free dive in here onto Water.
I like that from Reprieve. You kind of just set up Munching on that windmill, and you're just firing in shots, and you're able to take out one of the supports before you go in for that engage. So nice patience from Reprieve. You had the space to work with. You're just kind of forcing Bluff Creek basically into a corner there. It's going to be hard for kind of the engage from Bluff Creek, where everybody, except for I guess Ma here, has a lot of mobility on the side of Reprieve. So if you're Bluff Creek right now, you're looking to basically all in on this Ana. Now, Water is going to swap off that Torbjorn, move over onto the Pharah here. So we'll see what they can get done with that. It is going to be a little bit hard to kind of push into this point now that Reprieve is in control.
Absolutely, but I feel like Water on this Pharah is going to be able to bring a little bit of pressure, but Maze already finding the pick on the Tally. Now Bluff Creek down their tank are going to try to back up, or probably going to die to the Mace Winston. If they're not careful with that, I think they do just back up, reset, and now Tally swapping over to the G-Bot.
Okay, looking to do a little bit more of a dive yourself if you're Bluff Creek. You do have the damage from Water on this fire to kind of work with as well. If you play patient enough, you are going to be able to build up to this orbital from Bluff or from Sandy. But I mean, both support ults ready to go for Reprieve, and yeah, Mahir's hitting that nano.
Yeah, and Mace diving back into the down into the backline. Odd-Eye falling really low and dies to the nano. Aiden able to find a pick onto Luster with the reflect. Water does find a pick on a Foliage in the backline though. Now Aiden able to find a pick on the Water. Bluff Creek going to back up a little bit further and swap over to the Kiriko now.
Yeah, trying to survive through these dives a little bit more. So we'll see what the Kiriko can get done, as 80% now for Reprieve. We're approaching kind of last fight territory. Bluff Creek need to find a way into this point. You need an opening. You've got this Tally way in the back line, going to use that orbital to try and get the heals going.
Yes, they are, and the Noon comes out from Luster, able to find a kill onto Aiden, and Munching getting picked by Water. Tally able to find a pick on him here. Mace able to find a kill onto Sandy in the backline. Foliage able to find a pick on Auto, but Luster taking Foliage out pretty quick here. Mace trying to make something happen with this Primal Rage. It does! Finds Tally and Luster still alive on this point. Water falling really low. Does pop the ult, and Water kills themselves with the barrage. Oh no!
Oh, yeah, that's brutal. The Primal Rage from Maze, absolutely incredible. Now, it looks like Bluff Creek actually will have an opportunity to push back into this fight, though.
Yes, they are, and Foliage does pop the overclock, trying to get Tally out of mech. Luster dies somehow. Foliage able to get Tally out of mech, and Maze able to find a pick onto Odd-Eye. I'm not sure what happened to Luster there. I'm not sure I want to know what happened to Luster there.
Into the well. Oh, poor Luster. One step and it's a long way down. What's that?
We'll get confirmation. We get confirmation.
Okay. I mean, a little bit of back and forth between these two teams, but I will give this to Bluff Creek. I do feel that it's very hard to retake well once it's in control. I feel like there's a good defender's advantage on that map, but we're starting out all fresh here, and we are starting out with some really different compositions here for Bluff Creek, as well as Tally is going to move over onto this Mauga. Luster on that Freya still, and then Water on the, I suppose, going to swap back to this Genji. But this Mauga composition, I have to wonder if Bluff Creek are just going to try and get set up on the point and basically treat it like a bunker composition, because Reprieve are still running this dive composition that they kind of had going before.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the Malga coming out for Bluff Creek. I do agree with you. I think they're just going to sit on point and force Reprieve to walk into them. As Munching able to find a pick on a Luster. Who cares if you walk into him? If you just have a Kiriko that can hit you from halfway across the map. Foliage able to find another pick onto Sandy. Now this Malga, without any support, is going to be really, really out of position and die to Foliage. Water able to find a pick onto Munching. Odd Eye dropping down, using the tactical reset.
Yeah, we'll see if Bluff Creek end up swapping here. I feel like it's really hard to kind of bunker on this point if you don't have some form of a shield, because you're essentially kind of just a sitting duck. And I mean, Maokai is a very large target. It's going to be really easy for Reprieve to kind of take angles on this team. As it does look like Bluff Creek are going to stick on it. Nice little rotation through the side here as we see the speed ring, and yeah, straight on to the point.
Yeah, but Maze already jumping onto the back line as they force the rest of Bluff Creek onto the backside of point. Munching just keeping Mace up. Tally does fall as the rest of his team is not quite able to support him. Sandy does fall to Maze as well, and Maze just kind of running through Bluff Creek at the moment. Aiden able to find a pick. Luster falling off the map, and Munching finding the last pick onto Odd Eye.
Just nice timing from Reprieve. I mean, I kind of mentioned this in the last one, but they're fine. Like this time, Reprieve is kind of finding the rotations when Bluff Creek is going in, and we are going to see Tally swap over onto this Winston now, so a bit more traditional dive. Nice little pathing up to the high ground as well. I like this from them, and oh yeah, starting off with a pick. This is a chance for Bluff Creek.
Yeah, Luster able to find a quick and early pick onto Foliage, and now Luster going to try to find a pick onto this Munching Kiriko as the TP does come out. Tally able to find a pick onto Mahir. Aiden finding the Bolt Bomb pick on to Water. Luster finding a pick onto Munching as well, but Maze just destroying the backline yet again, walking on this Ana brick, and does find a pick onto Tally just a second ago. This Ana just can't do anything. Sandy's just getting juggled into the air.
Oh my gosh. 52 HP! Maze gets out of that with 52 HP.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Bluff Creek have a touch here. It's last fight. You need to get somebody on this point, and you have an overclock and both support ultimates from Reprieve to deal with.
You do, and Reprieve just not been having to commit to any fight. Foliage. Oh. What? Oh no! No! I don't believe it.
I mean, I saw a Bluff Creek. They were trying to cook something up, and I respect it. I respect trying to like shake things up a little bit, but Reprieve just looked so clean on this dive. Really awesome timing from all of the players on the team. It felt like every time Maze was kind of going in, the follow-up was there from the Tracer. The follow-up was there from your Freya or your Sojourn as well, and it was just too much for Bluff Creek to deal with. A fairly close series overall until we kind of got to the end there, but yeah, Reprieve are managing to pick up that win, and C-Sharp, I think that...
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to BPL 7. That was quite a showing there from Reprieve, you have to say, Jake.
Absolutely, yeah. Really strong performance.
Now that series is over, we will be covering Daybreak versus Requiem.
Yeah.
A battle for the top of the standings here. A 3-0 team versus a 2-1 team, and I mean, it'll definitely be a very good game, I think. I mean, Daybreak obviously yet to drop a map. Requiem have only dropped 2 maps so far, both being in that 2-0 loss. No, it wasn't a 2-0 loss actually. Never mind, it was 2-1 wins, I believe they dropped the map in.
Yeah.
Actually, no.
Well, Requiem have lost a game, yeah.
Yeah.
Daybreak 3-0. I will let my call. Yeah, I can check on Solomon, but ironically for us, Moon, we get no Requiem after the last series, and we're doing it in the middle of the night, nowhere near Daybreak. It might be Daybreak once we're done, but no, there is absolutely no rest for the wicked, because this is a generational hate watch coming in from people. Requiem looks quite impressive with their Jibu in the lead. A lot of people had them very, very bottom of the standings, but 2-1, they've shown themselves to be quite the demons when they can lock in particular. I think keep your eyes on Twisted and Seiyun. I think they've been 100%. Quite solid. And of course, Lucky has had some demon maps on Freya, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, their backlines are very serviceable as well, I think. I mean, Boop's a very solid Lucio, and I mean, Keed and Riptide also definitely not weighing down the team. But I mean, if we take a look at the Daybreak roster as well. I mean, very good roster over there as well.
Yeah. When we go to it, Daybreak's just bring experience. They've got a bit of rust to shuffle off. By the way, real quick, I don't know how easy it is to do, but does anyone else just think that having the characters in the colour, like, we've got the characters in their base skins, but it's the colours that match each team. I just think it's such a nice little feature. Really adds to the production quality. It's genuinely so sick. But speaking of sick, yeah. This roster is fantastic. Laura, Carver, Cryptic, Zim, 2-Bit, Pocket, and Citron. So much experience. Daybreak have been literally hitting the scrims, the 14-hour shifts at McPara's, and it's been paying off because they look far and away the best team in this B League group so far.
Yeah, I mean, if we take a look at the map here, and I mean, Daybreak and Requiem both faced Nurture here, both winning 2-0. Requiem having a 2-0 win over AR High Noon on their side, and then obviously the 2-1 loss to Aurora to kick off Super Week. And then Daybreak on the other side, 2-0 win over Borealis and a 2-0 win over your team. And very dominant in all three throwings, you have to say.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. They looked really clean. The same thing that what we saw from game one that we casted. Ignite Memories could not get out of first gear, and Daybreak absolutely made them punish. That 2-0 win against Borealis is nothing to scoff at as well. I don't believe we've got any sort of specialist tanks as sometimes you see in this level in terms of B League. So Suravasa, Rialto and Busan. This is an absolutely fantastic map pool for ball. Requiem are going to be taking away the Orisa, which is, I don't think, one of Zim's favourites, but I've actually not seen too much of Zim play so far. And Daybreak going to get rid of that Brigitte, something that they very much do not prefer. Look actively for the Lucio and the Kiri, yeah. Talk to me about Suravasa. I mean, what do you think both of these teams will pull out? I guess it's dependent on which tank Requiem decide to put in. I believe Seiyun is a bit more dive-pilled, as is their Korean heritage.
Yeah, I mean, look at a map that favours really sort of any sort of comp. I mean, dive and rush both very both good on this map. I mean, you can even manage to play a poke comp on this map. But I think if we're looking here, Carver is in. We're probably going to be seeing a Reaper character here.
The Reaper guy.
Yeah. Requiem probably just going to be looking to sort of play a similar comp to the R22 Grand Final here, instead with a Freya over the Trojan. And I mean, Requiem also rolling out on a dive comp here, the Chaser combo being favoured. And yeah, this will definitely be interesting. You're going to see probably both teams try and take early control over a point and then try and look for stages onto the other team's flex spot.
We have Carver on Genji. Interesting.
Okay.
Honestly, no Genji ban. I would have just put Cryptic in, because anytime Genji's open, it's unreal good. And Cryptic is by far and away like the Genji player. I think on other characters they completely fall down, but that's neither here or there. They might not even be available for today. Seiyun goes in instantly. Laura tries to peek, and then just collapsed on by that Winston. Requiem take the fight with anything but rest. They are aggressive, and I love these kind of comps, particularly for players at this elo in this sort of bracket. So to say here, so like me being myself, because you can just stack together and you look to explode onto a target. So much burst damage, so much good mobility as well, and of course all 5 of your players can put out meaningful good damage. Requiem just take a great first fight. They have their target in mind and they snap and get them out of there.
Yeah, I mean, Laura just, at the beginning of that fight just gets hacked and immediately blown up for probably like a 3-2-1 off of Seiyun and Lucky. And I mean, Requiem just playing really aggro here, and I mean, speaking of which, Key just really out of position there, and Zim just gaslighting off that, just finds the pick. Pocket is then traded in this fight. Seiyun is dropping really low now, there's no more to keep them up, and Carver does find the pick, and Daybreak will slowly win out this fight as Lucky does trade Laura.
Yeah, all the good that Requiem do in this fight is immediately undone. Keed is just in no man's land. Your Moira should never be that split from your team. Once your Moira goes down, you don't have the sustain, which means you need to act fast. But you act fast, which means you act panicked. You don't act with good intent. And Laura on the Freya cleans them up. They've now gone over to the Tracer. I think Carver, by the way, can just go Reaper here. Genji in this matchup against Moira, against Winston, against Tracer, even Sombra, I don't think he does much. So just let Carver play the Reaper guy, and anytime that Seiyun dares jump out of bubble, that is going to be Hellfire shotguns to the face. Requiem do get to seal first point up though. As they
Yeah,
took it
I mean,
quite quick.
Daybreak did win out that original fight, but Requiem just had people coming back on respawns, and I mean, they just
Mobility.
won off of that. Yeah, I mean, you know, the Moira can come out of spawn a lot faster than Curie, not relying on that TP. Clearly cleared the back line. I mean, early EMP out here from Lucky, and wow, what an engage to for Requiem.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a really clean fight there.
Disgustingly good EMP. Really good EMP.
Twisted did use the pulse bomb in that as well. Maybe not necessary, but I mean, it's not looking good for Daybreak so far. And I mean,
only pulls.
You know, I mean, Primal is getting close here. I mean, Young is mirroring that ult charge, but I mean, they are slightly behind on ultimates as well for the support. But I mean, yeah, I imagine Requiem are probably just going to look to get the coalescing and then hit.
Daybreak are really looking to sort of play like a dive comp. Whereas Requiem are just 5-stacking running at them. Yeah, Carver's on the map, so that means they're in range of the Tesla Winston cannon shift. And Seiyun, I think, has done terrific so far on this Winston. It's almost been in perfect synchronicity with Lucky on this Sombra. But I think it's really easy for Requiem to play right now. And now they've got Coalescence to snowball into it to fight as well. Again, Daybreak, I think, sort of kind of on the run picks, dare I say, but they just can't get out of first gear. Really aggressive hold from Requiem.
Yeah, and I mean, Requiem do have the ult up now. I mean, Daybreak just about coming up on the ult now as well. Carver just slightly lagging behind on the blade, and there we go. The Coalescence is popped, and Requiem are in.
In is the name of the game. Beat and Cole on top of it as well. You kind of F over your ult economy, but it shouldn't matter because you're just going to take it. Carver finds a swift execute onto Boop. Can they get to point? They probably don't think so. Zim manages to get the trade, so there's no support from the side of Requiem. So have they gone too deep? And I think so. They might have been flying too close to the sun and have the wings of Icarus finally burnt off. This is an expensive fight for Requiem just to not win it. You're going to get some extra EMP charge, but it might not be good enough. Seiyun has the Primal to stall as well. We're investing in this. Okay, Seiyun, let's see it. See if you can pull out those genetics, that DNA. But look how fast Keed and Boop get back. And it feels like they were only gone from this fight for 10 seconds or so, and that puts them in such a good position because again they exit. Man, Requiem, they're like losing these fights, and then Boop and Keed just respawn together, and it's instantly winnable.
Yeah, I mean, Requiem are just taking these fights like they're going out of style. I mean, Lucky nearly has with EMP again, Twisted has the pulse bomb coming up, and I mean, Carver only now pretty much has the blade, and I mean, if I'm Carver, I'm just wanting to go Reaper here, I'm being honest, but I mean, Lucky does get the hard cancel, and Twisted does find Kitchen at the beginning of the fight. Yeah. Carver does trade it, but Twisted finds another.
Carver,
and I mean,
blade in the back pocket, but Twisted finds two. He gets two off screen, and it's like the end of a Shakespeare play, and unfortunately Carver, you've got to take that Aaron Burr out of your ears. You can't wait for it. Next game, gonna have to pull that one out for sure. But Lucky has EMP, and we're seeing all map moon. Seiyun and Lucky just dictating the tempo.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I mean, Requiem have the EMP again, and I mean, it's probably just going to be a repeat of the second point. I mean, yeah, there you go. Lucky just holding forward. They're going to try and 3-2-1 EMP and just collapse onto Daybreak on this engager. I mean, it's going to be any second now here. Carver is looking for the blade, but I mean, there you go. There's the EMP on the 4.
It kills 4. Carver has to pull out the blade and respond. City finds 1, but you go onto the Moira next, which means they're just going to fade away. And it wasn't forced. Keen and Twisted. They just pick up your backline for free. They collect them like $100 on Monopoly Go, and it's 50% and counting for Requiem to take a clean 3-0 on Cerebassa. Daybreak, they need to get the hell out of India as fast as possible. This map has been a disaster.
Finally, this is what I was sort of waiting for from Daybreak, just mirroring the combo with Carver on the Reaper. I think this just favors Daybreak so much more now. And
it is late. It is too late, though, by the way.
It's a bit too late, though.
It is unbelievably too late. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Seiyun does get found out very early here in this fight. But Lauren coming up on the high noon here, him getting poked out early, and I mean, Requiem do have their support off coming up, and you have to think if they get these off, it's going to be rap.
Yeah. Showing up later than a father neglecting their chud son at their 18th birthday party. Never there at all. The wide swing from Laura, who's gone over to the Cassie this time, a bit more durable, a bit better at dueling the flankies, but he didn't no man's land. Thank God for that damage deduction and all that healing coming in, but eventually Pocket's healing runs dry. And the vampiric essence of Moira is dead, and Requiem.
300-0 coming out from Requiem there, and I mean,
did they even lose? They didn't even really lose a fight. Okay, realistically, like they actually didn't lose much of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they just look like a team that's playing 2 months in advance. Like,
yeah,
you know, they just look so good here.
Aware. Yeah, no, absolutely. Really well played from Requiem. Just again, like the aggression and the understanding of their compositions. This is what I want to see. Like they clearly have a way of playing. This clearly works for them. They fly out of the gates, and like don't get me wrong, like Daybreak scrims so much. But honestly, like I will give credit to Requiem. I have to be fair. However, I think as a caster, you have to be impartial and unbiased, because Daybreak just shoot themselves in the foot. Genji is open, and we don't put Cryptic in. We then put Carver in on Genji. We then see them run a composition that can and will fall over to a Reaper in the long fight, and it's by far Carver's best hero. He's also playing at 3 AM, which means he's probably very sleep deprived. I just think Daybreak make it as difficult as possible for them to win the game. Same vein, like why are we playing Kiriko? Where can she TP to?
Yeah, I mean, I think Daybreak could have just mirrored, like, the moment they saw the comp that they were on. Like, that Moira Reaper look would have just favored Daybreak a lot more, I think. And I mean, I don't know why they didn't just mirror Khuna, I'll be honest. It's really just beyond me. But we'll have to see how Daybreak adapt here. You'd have to imagine Cryptic's probably going to be coming in now. Maybe 2-bit as well, if they are available for this match. And I mean, Requiem will have subs, obviously. Maybe seeing Amigo come in, and also I forget who their last player is.
Riptide, right?
Riptide, that's the one. Coming in on support, you'd have to think. But Rialto is coming up now. I mean, a much better Genji map. I mean, Khurvach is still a good Genji map, I think, but I think a really good Genji map. And I mean,
but now they could potentially ban Genji. Look at Requiem Daybreak would have the option of banning their DPS. But do you want to ban a DPS on this map? I mean, potentially. We'll see what adjustments they make. But again, I just think Daybreak get it wrong, and they don't get it right in time. Nowhere near as close. So it is what it is, right? And now Requiem, I mean, the hard work is honestly done. Like, you can maybe soak a ban or two, and you can play that exact same comp on Busan, and it will just work.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean,
no worries, no problem.
Gonna be waiting to see what the bans are coming out in this map. But you'd have to imagine, if you're Daybreak, what are you going to be target banning here, Jake?
If you're Daybreak, maybe you get rid of the Tracer, because I don't think your team plays it.
There you go. As you say it, Tracer is taken off the map here. I mean, Requiem, I mean, I don't really know if you want to take anything away from Daybreak after how they just played that. But I mean, you actually want to
take away like a Brig, maybe. So like Brig can kind of do. Oh my god!
I mean, wow, there you go. You might be the Oracle.
I did read them in advance, by the way. I was just thinking, okay, most often when teams crush that hard on the comp, if it's good on the next map, they will just play it. So, boom, there you go. Occasionally I get things right. You never play Tracer, and Twisted was just running your whole Fade and Bloodline on Tracer. It's excellent at contesting cards. And yeah, Brig is good, because you're going to be looking to probably play the similar composition and get away from your backline. So, Rare WJ's take, that will be my good takes for the season. Thank you very much. Moon, with these bans, what changes? Cryptic comes in on Genji with no Brig as well. No Brig available for Requiem, and so Cryptic will probably come in on Genji. So,
yeah,
what do you think it looks like from here on out? Like, give us the field report.
Honestly, I don't think much is changing here. I mean, we're probably just going to see that Lucio Kiri look that we saw on Khurvach. I mean, obviously,
yeah, I think so too.
Genji will probably be picked here. I would probably put my house on it. Laura probably going to be coming out on this Freya character as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Lucky mirror that. Twisted, obviously not on the we have that Tracer now, but I mean, I imagine we'll be seeing them mirror the. I mean, maybe as well.
Just Twisted. Twisted is on PC. The only console players on their team. It might just be Lucky that's only.
It's just Lucky, I believe.
Yeah.
I believe.
I always forget. I think that half a console team, but no.
Yeah, I think Twisted will just probably mirror the Genji if I had to guess. It's another hero that is in their pool, and I mean, I don't know what substitutions are yet, but I think Boop will probably stay in on the map considering Lucio is still free.
Yep.
Probably see, Riptide does come in, and Amigo does come in for Requiem as well. 2-bit does come in on main support as well, meaning they are keeping him on tank. And like I said, yeah, Laura on the Freya, Cryptic on the Genji. I mean, the Lucio Kiri coming out for the Requiem card. I mean, Pocket on the Baptiste hero now as well. The Bap character has sort of been slowly getting better over time again. Sort of fallen out of prevalence recently, I think. Compared to like other characters like the Juno, the Brig, the Kiriko. Not really sort of been able to keep up. But
hidden area.
Some slight buffs and perks have definitely helped Bap come back into the forefront. And I mean, Amigo is hovering the hazard here. Lucky, going to be going for a jump right at spawn, you'd have to guess. And Grim on the Orisa character, who's probably just the best tank in the game right now.
Yeah, I think it's ironic that Lucky is playing against a player named Zim, and I won't say anything else because admins will shoot me on site. It's unfortunate to say, I don't really want to address the elephant in the room for Requiem, but I think a lot of their map losses this season, I believe all of them, in their very impressive 2-1 start so far, have come with this lineup. I believe this is their quote-unquote weakest lineup on paper. Now, does it match up well for this series? I think so. Riptide has probably played, hundreds of hours of Jericho on this point, and Amigo clearly seems comfortable to lock the hazard in a scenario like this. Gets poked out a little bit, but they force high ground. High ground is now gone for the side of Daybreak, which gives them an advantage to purge. Lucky can just free poke.
I mean, look, Richter doesn't really favour the high ground as much. I mean, Richter just wants to stand on the corner, being as immovable as possible, and Amigo does just find Cryptic off the bat here, and I mean, Grim is dropping low, Lamp is forced, and Requiem just have all the advantages in the fight now that Corner is forced.
Yeah, that's the S-tier DPS taken down by the overpowered hazard character, the aura of Amigo, getting rid of him. Pocket falls, however, so it's 2 down, Twisted again cleaning up, and Requiem. It's just snowballing off the pitch. Cryptic gets a little bit too close into the domain of Amigo, and they capitalize.
Yeah, and I mean, Requiem do just hit that fight pretty cleanly. I think they force all the corner out for the go buttons, and I mean, Daybreak maybe don't get a touch here. They do eventually get the touch. Cryptic does drop low for it though. I mean, Laura's coming up from the bowler cart here, but Boot will have the beat to cancel it, and the window does come out.
Yeah, some of the clean shots from Lucky. Hangs in the air. Will we get shot down? Yes, they do. It's too bit of all things to Lucio to take them out. A little bit of tracking on that projectile, but Twisted is in an excellent position, looking to duel Laura. Honestly, in the middle of their team, too much attention being drawn up by that hazard, and I mean, absolutely, I can see why the Kiri rush on top of it, just for good measure, to snowball to secure time bank. 2-bit, not long for this world. Point has been capped, 4.5 minutes, and now the real challenge for Daybreak begins. They are down both support ultimates on a very, very tricky, historically tricky Rialto second. The good news though, Moon, is they're going to get so much cart push for free.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this point is very heavily defended favor, you'd have to say. I mean, 2-bit now have this beat to anchor either the beat or the downpour. Oh, my bad, the blade or the downpour coming out of Requiem here. And I mean, they also have the Terrapin blade combo coming up, and Laura does have the follow as well. Downpour does come out. Only hit the Richter, but the Richter fortifies, and I mean the lamp comes out as well as the beat. Terrapin too. I mean, Cryptic manages to find theirs.
If there's enough,
theirs as well, and I mean, it might just be enough. And I mean, Requiem slowly lose out on the fight, and as you said, defensive favor coming in now, and now that Daybreak actually have the chance to stable in a fight, you'd have to think that they're going to become pretty unmovable on this Rialto second.
Yeah, it was really snowballed, wasn't it? Going in, and now they get the point to actually anchor. They can play the extended poke phase of the fight. Lucky goes over to the Sojourn to just look to try and, I guess, punish the railguns coming out from Laura. That bowler is actually excellent in rotation, but I don't see Laura on a particularly aggressive angle. In fact, I can't spot him on the map. There we go. Thank you, Prod. Now the rotation's on the inside. Can we get the angle? It looks like this could actually be a dead hazard. Yeah, this guy's dead on my screen. See you later, amigo. No right click will save you from that, and Cryptic pulls out the blade just for good measure as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 5th one there to the bell rings. And Requiem team wiped.
Yeah, another clean fight there for Daybreak, but I mean, Requiem didn't really have much to work with coming into that fight. So I mean, if you're Requiem, all it's about right now is just building up your ultimates and getting a good fight while you let Daybreak use their ult, which they have. I mean, Pocket does have this window coming up, and Boop does use this beat to go aggressive here.
Good beat. I think it might actually expire by the time they have found themselves on a target, which is often the downfall of the aggressive beat, particularly when you rip it this early. Pocket doesn't get the chance to pull it out, and whilst I think the beat basically expired, it did get them into a very aggressive position, and Twisted was able to get dash reset after dash reset. So you know what? In the end, it worked out.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted might be in Croydon right now with the way he's cutting people up, but I mean,
true.
Daybreak are going to have a tough time re-engaging into the Kirchen over here if they even recontest at all, which they do. Twisted does drop low for it, but I mean, it's going to be a hard fight here, Jake.
Yeah, he must have gone to my university the way he's from Sheffield. Sheffield's English slang for stabbing someone, by the way. And it's still all red on the left side of the kill feed. Zim is on the Zarya character, which I wouldn't recommend for multiple reasons. However, clearly trying to find an answer. You get a lot of free damage onto Twisted, onto Amigo, but when Requiem are able to play at such a high tempo, it's looking rough. Did we get the cryptic PC overheat there? Let's see.
I think that might have been something to do with that fight. They looked like they were moving quite weirdly there, and I mean that would make sense as to why they maybe didn't invest as much in that fight. But I mean, Requiem would have kept the second point when we come back in, and I mean, it's looking very good for Requiem so far, Jake.
Yeah, looking really, really good. Again, Daybreak are just unable to deal with the aggression. There's just like a common, I don't even know like the proper word for it, like English or Portuguese, but there's just an idea almost floating around sort of particularly B League and C League, which is just the idea that if you go first and you go aggressive, the enemy team just don't get staged in time, they don't get split in time, they're still talking about and thinking about what they want to do in the next fight, and you just take that next fight and they just can't do anything. And it snowballs and they start making unforced errors because, you know, they realize that they've not touched the cart in like 45 seconds to a minute or so. And it's just a couple of fights of general real aggression that come in and almost going before you're even really ready, but definitely before the enemy have a chance to react. It feels like the days of Peel are long gone when you can simply just run at them. Just run at them. Like, this Hazard is getting sped in with the Genji, and it's just like they're playing two Genjis, right? Like, they're just playing two Genjis, and they're just sending it onto any target, the first target they can find, and looking to fool them. And they're doing it every time, to be fair. Like, it's resulting in some pretty decisive fight wins for the side of Requiem.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. I mean, we are going to be going back in now as well. And the whole bank for Requiem is looking very promising. You know, Freeor coming into this last section of the map here. You got 2 minutes to cap it, and I mean, Downpour does come out.
Nice rain.
One, and I mean, Twisted pops the blade as well.
Oh my god, that's a massive bowler too. 2-bit manages to find Twisted, so it's 1-for-1, but Pocket dies, which means no sustain, which means Zarya doesn't really want to be on the same map as an overclocked Sojourn. Lucky finds the perfect timing on that ultimate, and Requiem just roll through. That is 2 minutes 20 left. Again, I think the Zarya pick is good, but it's just too late. You need ultimates when you're that down in a fight. The Zarya has to take an extended neutral. Requiem get to skip that extended neutral that you naturally get because of, well, as I said, extended neutral, extended poke phase in a neutral fight, there are no ults. Requiem didn't play a neutral fight there. And Requiem have not really played a neutral this whole map. They've just 3-2-1'd you every single time. It's like every comp is Mauder comp. The sad part for Daybreak, though, is for Requiem, it's working. I do think Requiem are going very, very aggressive, of which Daybreak are yet to punish, but it's really hard to punish when the complete, like, overwhelming aggression from Requiem is really well coordinated. They are on the same target, and they have to be, otherwise they just insta lose the fight.
Yeah, I mean, Requiem obviously have found this look that, you know, they're comfortable with, and you know, executing it really well, you'd have to say here. I mean,
well, absolutely, yeah. They deserve so much credit for how they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted is, you know, finding a bunch of picks, or, you know, Lucky just, you know, managed to pick someone early in a fight, or, you know, Amigo or Young, whoever their tank is at the time, or just find someone, like, off the back of their DPS. And I mean, their backline's been really consistent as well, I think. They're basically always having the ult advantage in these fights, it feels like. And I mean, yeah, they are playing really well. It looks like here. And I mean, Zim is still hovering the Guise here. And I mean, it's just to see if they do roll out on it, which they do.
Slightly more playable on attack. So, Zarya 101 in Overwatch 2, ladies and gentlemen. When you are holding space on defense, you are very greedy. Every bubble goes to you. Now, when you're playing on attack, particularly on escorts, unless you do that with the hot perk, and you use that to aggressively take space. Zim can actually hop over to the high ground now and look to beam Amigo. That might force the hazard out. As I was saying, normally you want to give the bubbles to Cryptic and let him clear the high ground with the help of Alicio, which looks like, there you go, classic. So Zim understands Zarya theory. Perfect. Cryptic now has to duck out though, and look, he gets the fadeaway. That's the right click expire. Tick, tick, boom goes the Genji. Dynamite from the right click of Lucky, or I guess the right trigger of Lucky in this case. And now Zim potentially could exit the fight with energy, but it's not good enough. Look how far back they are.
Yeah, I mean, Lamb took your forward at the end there as well, just to preserve the energy. And I mean, you know, Daybreak had the right idea coming into that fight, I think, bubbling the Genji, getting the engage, but, you know, Cryptic just didn't find anything off the back of it. And I mean, I say that, and Daybreak immediately find 2 here.
Oh, see you later. Almost. Yeah, I forgot about the Hazard Mantle. But Cryptic just ignores the pressure from the Hazard, and again, that's the perfect fight. That's all Cryptic though. They get the bubbles from Zim, Laura finds the perfect pick onto Lucky, and they just go for the hit.
Yeah, I mean, Daybreak are going to have a sort of easier time holding the space here, I think, now that they do win the fight. And I mean, Lucky is coming up onto the Bullet, but Laura does have the advantage here. Maybe going to be looking to try and play early here, and I think Cryptic does, you know, get the bubble, dashes up to try and take some space away, and I mean, does do that quite well. And I mean, everyone on Requiem sort of just not being able to take their space now. I mean, now energy, and they just find fun 2 in the fight 2. It does get traded.
2 for 1 in the kill feed.
Yeah, Cernunnos popped, and I mean, yeah, this is looking like a 1 fight for Daybreak. And I mean, now we might see a potential global coming into this second point here. You know, you have a Blade coming up, you have no defense about to counter it. You still have the bowler shot as well, the window coming up, and I mean, downport is available for the side of Requiem, but 2-bit nearly has Lich beat as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Zarya come to fruition, right? There was an extended phase of which allowed Zim was allowed with high energy to beam Amido, to force that Hazard to do something, to make a decision. They couldn't just walk through the tank and 3-2-1 onto a target. Speaking of, that's exactly what Cryptic did. Nice bubble and lamp. They're really keeping Laura alive here, but there'll not be too much. Excellent wall from Amido though. 2 good cooldowns deserve 1 better cooldown from Amido. Excellent commitment there from the Hazard. Almost didn't feel like Laura needed to die, like the peel was so good, and yet just 1 good wall. Laura unfortunately kites the wrong way, and now down the Freya. Daybreak lose so much damage. Are, however, still pushing the cart. Blade can be ripped. It is going to go in. Can the beat comes up? The Ajax from Boob. They don't even go into the air. They just like fly off the wall. Unfortunate Lucio mechanics. A little bit of panic coming in. We might have even jump skipped before the sound barrier. It's just a huge mistake. The Nano Blade. It's not even a Nano Blade. The Dry Blade comes in from Cryptic. Requiem tries to trade it out like Twisted. Gets his 1. Riptide helped out as well, but now you're in the mid fight with a Zarya that's got support and high energy, and it's just time to go to Beam City. Bubbles as well. That wall is insta-popped. Amigo goes forward. That's the slash. That's the burn. Now out of right click, so they have to go around the corner. Might even just grab it. That we do. The railgun comes in from Lucky. No way. No way Requiem stole this, right? Did the Zarya overstep?
That's so greedy from him, I think. You know, he stepped up with no bubbles and just gets punished for it with a rail to the head. And I mean, Daybreak definitely
like almost unlucky, I mean, yeah, it is just like that's the one way they lose.
Yeah, all of a sudden, in the spel favor Requiem, they get to take all of the ground back and then just establish themselves in this point. And I mean, Lucky coming up on this overclock here, Riptide with the Cernunnos and Amigo does have the downpour coming up, but I mean, Daybreak do evolve himself, and Laura finds himself with a good flank here. The bowler shot does find 1, and I mean, Laura kills himself off the bowler shot.
And it's 2-bit down as well to Amigo, because again, the Hazard just finds so much value. The downpour comes in, doesn't force anything. Cryptic continues to exist in the back line, and I think he either reset or DC. I think he reset. Yeah, he reset by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean,
Voidy went AFK.
2 ult there used later in that fight for Daybreak, and I mean, you don't get any further, and the cart is slowly pushing back now, and I mean, Requiem do have their overclocking beat now, and I mean, Cryptic do have the blades themselves, but unfortunately I think you're going to be finding another beat from Boop, and I mean, unless Boop does the same thing they did last time, I think it's going to be not the best blade in the world.
Daybreak need to wait, because obviously they're going to get the energy from Zarya as the fight continues, but you need at least 1 version of your bubble to swing out, and Twisted doesn't even wait. 2-bit dies again. Lucky on the OC with the angle, and Riptide saves them. This is just such a fast fight from Requiem. They do pop, what is that, 2 ultimates, beat, and OC. But Daybreak, again, also how you break this Requiem comp, I think, because otherwise they're just waiting for you to rotate and jump slashing you, and the fights aren't going long enough for you to be able to build them up.
Yeah, I mean, as I said there, you know, Cryptic did have the blade, but Boob just had a perfectly timed beat and just negates all the value possible there, and Lucky just managed to clean the fight with the overclock. I mean, Twisted does have the blade of himself now, does pop it, immediately trying to find one. Only finds the lamp and a bubble, but just nice all bubble. The damage onto him means that it's just another fight lost for Daybreak, and they're just going to have to try and go again with 40 seconds on the clock.
And again, I can see the rotation, but this fight, you're stacked all on the same pixel against Dragon Blade, which is really, really bad. That's a really late stagger, just 2-bit is not going to respawn until about, what, like 28? Something around that? Yeah, but maybe. Yeah. Laura with Bowler as well. Now you have ult, now you have Sambara, you might be able to send it main, but you need to get Sim energy. Like, it's a really difficult fight for Daybreak. Particularly from the Zarya perspective, this is such a hard fight for your Zarya.
Yeah, I mean, the Bab just get engaged on immediately there. A good beat from 2-bit, and 2-bit find lucky in this fight. The popped early, but Twisted does find the trade. I mean, Rim coming close on the grab here, but Twisted finds another. Rim manages to find the trade, but I mean, it's just not looking good for Daybreak here. They're running on the last legs. Cryptic
Twisted so good.
Gets played, and I mean, wow. I mean, Requiem coming into this one as underdogs, and I mean, great performance here from them, and I mean,
yeah.
That will definitely impact the standings of the group here. Daybreak fall to 3-1, Requiem climb to 3-1 as well, and I mean...
It might be top now, potentially. Daybreak have lost 2 maps now,
I believe they would be off of head-to-head, and I mean, great performance there.
Daybreak, what I can say is watching these guys play against Ignite Memories when I was... I said I couldn't make it that week, I was like too sick to play. Quite literally overstimmed. That's a night and quite literally night and Daybreak difference. That was not the same Daybreak team that turned up in the previous matches I've watched. They just looked so uncomposed and also just unable to deal with the timings. It just felt like Twisted or Seiyun or Amido or Lucky is just able to take a flank or walk into the enemy team, and it's just like they're just not looked at. There's so much for Daybreak. Daybreak are just having stimulus thrown at them. And like me after a 16-hour day, yeah, it's way too overstimmed. Nothing for them to be able to do. Like last fight, I think they're in a good position. The Zaryu's got energy, they've got bubbles, they're on cart, the fight is around objective. It doesn't matter because Twisted is just in the middle, killing their whole team. Excellent work from the Genji, and that moves Requiem to the top of the Birch group. Not something that I think anyone expected. I think every tier lister, self-respecting, unself-respecting, disrespecting, had them at the bottom. But I think this was a pretty good win today.
And I think Aurora might be able to climb to that first spot should they win any School of Breath this week based on head-to-head. But I mean, that does impact the standings here for the Birch group. I mean, I don't think many people expected Requiem to, you know, get to this spot here above, you know, Daybreak. Daybreak, I think, coming into the series, definitely heavily favoured. Community vote had them pretty much heavily winning. I think the deck themselves, I think they all had Daybreak winning.
Community consensus, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Daybreak will ever be satisfied with that one, but I mean, what Requiem will be satisfied with is that win and an MVP in their pockets. Jake, who are you giving it to for this match?
It's hard to give it to tanks because obviously they only played 1 map each. Twisted, I think, was nuts. Outside of the Ajax, Boop was actually very solid. And again, they swapped supports as well. So, like, the mainstays of that team are obviously Lucky and Twisted. That's how the roster is built. I just think so many of these fights, Daybreak get in a good position to allow someone to carry, but it doesn't matter because Twisted has carried first. So I think I would give it to Twisted. Man, really, really well played. Very impressed with Twisted, and I think teams should definitely look to ban Tracer Genji against Requiem moving forward. Maybe even Lucio. Like, just take something away from these comps where they're allowed to not even play splits, just like Requiem, or just like stacked on a corner. They've got a slight off angle. They'll have a slight off angle late, and Requiem are just 3-2-1, and they're just in on you. You've really got to care your pre-fight positioning against this team, because if not, like, it doesn't matter who's in or what character's open, they'll just blow you up which might make them quite hard to ban against moving forward. I think, not having Bridge against the Requiem comp today might have been, it was rough. But I can understand why Daybreak wanted to ban Tracer, right? Because Tracer on that map is also demonic, so...
Yeah, I mean, 100%, and I mean, Twister definitely not throwing away their shot there, and I mean, wow, I mean, what a day of Overwatch for us today, huh? I mean, if we look at the standings here today, I mean, Reprieve obviously finished over that series 2-1 over Breath Creep Big Mode, and I mean, Polaris have taken the first map against Zephyr on that BPL 2 stream, which I believe is where we will be headed after this. And I mean, I believe if we look at tomorrow, we have some more brilliant Overwatch to bring you.
We do, yeah. We know a full BPL weekend, but it's all good. Notable matches tomorrow. I mean, honestly, like all of them. But there's a couple of bangers tomorrow. I think we've got What's Up Dodge versus Red Banders. We're doing that one. No, we're doing that one Sunday, aren't we?
That one is on Sunday, yeah. Tomorrow we do have Field Deal versus Camp Halfcourt for A-League. We have Whoop Shoot versus Primal Pineapples. We have School of Rush versus Aurora to kick off the day. Borealis versus Nurture. And Ignite Memories versus AR High Noon as well for B-League.
Like the Jace Bowl.
We will have Noctis versus Umfi University. And Boa versus Log Racers, which was one of the highlighted matches on the pre-show today. Some very good Overwatch to be played tomorrow. Nothing to be taken away from today, but I think definitely a very good week of Overwatch here for us at BPL.
Yeah. 2-2-0s, Moon, we tested. And honestly, quite upset. We coming in thinking, okay, this could be a banner, could be a close game. And one team showed up and the other one kind of didn't in both of our games. And honestly, that is just BPL some weeks. Scrims, availability, etc. So you can't get too high or too low after a game. I think for both of these teams that lost, it'll really hurt. But you've got to get back up on your wagon and go again next week. You have a whole week to stew in it and hopefully make sure it doesn't burn you alive as you are looking to overcook. Requiem are going to be absolutely thrilled. Really deserve 2-0. Congrats to them. Completely different Daybreak I saw today from what I expected. And we'll start conversations for sure, but all right.
Yeah.
I'm Jace, that's Moon. Yep. We've got Solomon, Mustard, June, knock on wood, Friday, everyone in control room helping us run these excellent streams. If there's still gaming going on in B-League, on the B stream, then get over there, because Rain and Irrelevant are continuing to put in the good work and help branch out for BPL. That's all we've got. 4 p.m. Eastern tomorrow.
7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We will be back, starting off with that Aurora versus School of Rush game. Very important game there for the standings of B-League to begin with.
True.
So make sure you are there. Make sure you are watching. But as Jay said, I've been Moon. That was Jay. Thank you everyone for coming in. Thank you to Prod. And we will see you guys tomorrow for more brilliant Overwatch. For now, we will kick it to the B stream, where you guys can enjoy, hopefully, the tail end of that Polaris versus Zephyr game. Once more, thank you everyone for watching, and have a good night.
Click, boom. See you later.